We're going to start tonight with invocation. Kathleen, do we have an invocation?
Yes, I'd like to invite Crystal Almaden to the podium for prayer.
Thank you. Well, Lord, we just thank you for this opportunity to gather together. You are the Prince of Peace, and we thank you that peace isn't always something that's kept, it's something that's made. And so we just pray that you would move in this environment to bring this community to unity and to peace. We thank you that you just have the ability to care for 100% of people in a community, that your heart is moved by love. And so I just pray tonight that wisdom would prevail in this place, that emotions would be kept under the authority of grace, and love would be the thing that goes forth. So we just thank you for what you desire to do in here. We pray for, Lord, each and every person here as they speak or make decisions, that your supernatural divine wisdom and ability would flow on top of their already great natural ability. So we just dedicate this time to you. We just thank you that unity can flow even amongst disagreement. So we just pray that the greater good would be what gets magnified today. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, will you all rise for the flag salute and remove your caps if you have them? Thank you. Flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'm going to do a quick roll call. Kathleen?
Here.
Rick?
Here.
Seth?
Here.
Rob?
Here.
Indra?
Here.
Eric?
Here.
Joel?
Here.
Victoria?
Here.
All right, we have a quorum, so we're going to get started. We have a public hearing. First off, for an appeal to the Urban Planning Commission decision to affirm the...
Ashley from Cycle, Oregon.
Is now joining.
That's okay. And we will start with a presentation from Stephanie. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stephanie Nuttall, City Attorney. I'm going to be leading through the city's presentation regarding this appeal because it is an appeal of the director's decision for community development. So try to keep those separate a little bit. As you can see from the screen, we've got an application number. The applicant is Jonathan Bowman of Bowman's Choice Auto, LLC. We're here for an appeal of the Urban Area Planning Commission's decision, and that decision affirmed the Community Development Director's denial of a revised plan. And we'll go through the history here in just a moment. The authority and criteria is Section 10.050, which authorizes the City Council to consider appeals of an Urban Area Planning Commission decision. The timeline we're dealing with here today is in June of 2021, a major site plan review was held and the hearings officer issued approval. There were some conditions associated with that approval. In October of 2021, there was a variance which required the Urban Area Planning Commission approval. So a variance to some of those conditions was granted. And in August of 2022, building permits were issued. In September of 2025, so 3 years later, there was a revised site plan submitted. And in October, on the 22nd, there was an appeal hearing to the Urban Area Planning Commission, which affirmed the director's decision. And the director's decision involved some of the revisions that were in that new site plan. From there was an application to appeal the Urban Area Planning Commission's decision to the City Council, and we're here today for that hearing. This is the subject property. It is the use is retail commercial building, so it's this one right here with the star. The address again, 899 Rogue River Highway. It's 0.34 acres, zoned general commercial. And this, I know it's really hard to see, but this is the approved site plan. This information is in your packet, so you do have it. But it lays out all of the landscaping that's required, shows the tree species, landscape details, all of the things that are required. In September of 2025, there were some proposed revisions to that site plan. One was changes to landscaping width in front of the building from wanting to go from 5 feet to 4 feet. A second one was changes to the landscape strip planter curb. A third was the relocation of a landscape planter and a tree in the parking lot. And the fourth was a reduction of landscape buffer between the subject property and the nearby residential properties to the south, 22 feet from Florence Lane. The director approved 2 of those. He approved the first 2, the changes to landscaping width in front of the building and to the landscape strip planter curb. Those were acceptable modifications. What was not approved and what was subsequently appealed to the Urban Area Planning Commission and now is appealed to you is the relocation of a landscape planter and tree in the parking lot and the reduction of the landscape buffer between the subject property and residential properties. So this is the revised plan, and this is kind of highlights the 4 areas that were talked about. In the blue, those are the ones that were approved by the planning director, or the community development director, excuse me, and the ones in red are denied, and we're going to talk about those a little bit. Let's see. So these are some pictures showing the denied areas of the site plan. The picture on the right, the red oval next to the car, indicates a parking lot landscape planter shown on the approved site plan and proposed to be relocated to encircle the sign pole, which is shown in the yellow circles. So, yellow circles. Excuse me. The minimum size of a landscaping planter the planter around the sign pole is proposed to be 4 foot in diameter, but the minimum size of a landscape planter to accommodate a tree is 4 foot by 6 foot per the approved parking lot and street tree list. In the picture on the left, the picture shows the proposed location of a parking lot tree, but does not indicate if a landscape planter will be installed at this location or what the dimensions of that would be. So the scope of the appeal, the relocation of the planter island, the applicant proposed to substitute the required landscape planter and tree in the parking lot and instead plant vegetation around the base of an existing sign pole in the center of the parking lot and relocate a tree to the south entry. The director's decision was that actually exceeded the director's authority to approve and that it did not meet the required landscape planter in the parking lot. Similarly, the landscape buffer, the applicant requested to reduce that landscape buffer between the residential zoned properties and his general commercial property. And the director, again, felt that exceeded the director's authority to approve and that it did not meet the required buffer adjacent to residential uses. So these are, I think, the parking lot landscape standards. They should also be in your packet. And they show landscape islands that are a minimum of 7 foot width next to parking spaces, and they include shrubs and trees. And of course, I always start coughing when I get up here. Excuse me. The parking lot and street tree list includes sizes of landscape planters to accommodate parking lot tree growth. The smallest dimension given is 4 by 6. The proposed landscape area of a 4 foot diameter will not accommodate a tree. And these figures also show that the landscape islands have to be next to parking rows. And again, this is another parking lot landscape standards diagram that you should have. So your call to action today, our 120-day mark for a decision would expire on January 21st of 2026, and you have 3 options. The first would be to affirm the Urban Area Planning Commission's decision and deny those 2 components of the revised site plan that have not already been approved. Option 2 would be to amend the Urban Area Planning Commission's decision and determine the conditions. Option 3 would be to reverse the Urban Area Planning Commission's decision and approve the revised site plan as proposed by the appellant. And if you have specific questions about the proposals, things like that, the Community Development Director will be able to respond to those.
Thank you. Bring it back to council. Do you guys have specific questions? We'll start with Joel and then Victoria.
Well, I just need to reveal that I've talked with the applicant. He called me several times, and I referred him over to the planning department. So I wanted to make that public knowledge, and I haven't visited the site or involved myself with the with the decision on. So, but I needed to reveal those 2 contacts.
Victoria, questions?
Yes, I wonder if you could just sum up exactly what it is that the applicant wants to not do and do instead just, and the second question I have is, if this would have gone through in '23, would he have been all right and not had to do any of these things?
Sure, thanks, Counselor.
Thank you.
Bradley Clark, maybe to answer your last question first, no, the timing wouldn't have made any difference. The code, that part of the code hasn't changed since then, so. And it may be helpful just to take 90 seconds to step back and remind, so when the City Council approves codes, including the development code, it's really staff's responsibility to sort of enforce that, not sort of, but enforce. So that sets a baseline. So when we're talking about new development in the city, whether it's something as large as building a new huge apartment complex or down to this level, the perspective of this director anyway is that for the most part, our job is to enforce what the council has approved in terms of code. Now there are many places in the code where it does give the authority to staff to work with applicants so they don't have to go through the expense, through the time, through the process to get to this point. I did try to do that, and as the city attorney's proposal showed, we did agree on 2 changes. But I think there is a point at which if the code's not explicit and says, yes, staff has the authority to waive this, exempt it, to negotiate it, if there's not that language, I take a fairly, strict perspective on it and say, well, the code should be upheld because there are other opportunities to change that, whether it's through a variance or some other method. So I just wanted to set that kind of as a brief background. Might have been more than 90 seconds, I don't know. In terms of your first question, Counselor, I mean, really what's at the heart is if you build parking lots and you build, if you have parking spaces, what the code says is that you need to put at the end of that a planter. And it really serves 2 main reasons. One reason is to help to guide traffic movement because that planter has a vertical curb, so it kind of defines the parking spaces and the parking aisle. So it serves kind of as safety in that respect, and that it's a vertical curb, 6-inch, and it kind of defines where traffic and pedestrians move. So that's kind of one reason for those. The other is it gives a place to plant trees. The code assumes that as a Tree City USA, we find opportunities to plant trees, and in parking lots with a lot of asphalt, the code says there are some places where you need to have that. So these planter islands is one of those requirements. So Mr. Bowman has sought to remove the planter island that is that was shown on his original approved plan, and then move the tree that was there down to the entry, which did not have, in my opinion, a sufficient space for that tree to grow in a healthy manner. So that's really the main one. The second piece is the buffer. There is residential property abutting this property, and the code says if you have that, then there needs to be somewhat of a landscape buffer, and so we're saying that buffer should continue to be built as it was shown on the plan.
Any further questions from council? Indra and then Eric.
So I understand the process and that you go by code specifically, and then there's an appeals process for him to go through to still get what he would like to do. So we're following that. Do you see any real major issues with what the applicant is asking? And also, the UAPC, are they allowed to give variances? You're not, I guess, but they are, and they decided not to, so now it's come here. And do you see any real major issues with that?
I wouldn't use the word major, no. I mean, it doesn't comply with the larger goal of using planters in parking lots to define safety for traffic movement. This is a small parking lot. There's no getting around it. So the importance of having planters to define traffic movement and pedestrian safety areas is less, because you have less traffic, you have less pedestrians. I would say in a very large parking lot, it's probably a more significant issue in terms of safety. I don't think that the tree where proposed will live, to be honest with you. You know, another reason for these planters is it prevents root compaction, so of the cars. You know, when you go over those planters, trees just have a hard time surviving when you have a lot of that. So are those major? No. I just, for the most part, as the city attorney pointed out, I just did not feel like I had the authority to do that. So that's mainly why we're here.
Eric?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if Mr. Bowman's here today. Is he able to speak to what he wants to what his side of the story is?
Right.
Or is that legal? Or?
I believe that comes next.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we hear his side of the story.
Any further questions from council? All right, oh, sorry, go ahead, Rob.
I just want to make the statement that I too had ex parte contact with the owners.
Thank you. Seth?
Yeah, I guess I'll follow suit. I visited the site twice, and I've had many contact with John himself, Mr. Bowman.
Okay, we've heard from staff. You guys had questions for staff. Do we have Mr. Bowman want to weigh in before I open for public comment? Just please restate your name and go ahead.
Jonathan Grant Bowman, do you need address? 2000 West Jones Creek Road, Grants Pass, Oregon. I want to say thank you for having me tonight. I want to let you all know I'm very nervous and I hate public speaking. So I do have, I didn't see the deadline on turning materials in, but I do have a picture of the back lot that isn't residential. It's actually a back storage, commercial storage building. That so it's zone residential, but it's not residential. I think the biggest statement that I would need to say is this is a very unique piece of property. It literally sits 6 feet below Rogue River Highway. And when you're literally standing or driving down Rogue River Highway, you don't even see the island that I'm trying to not build. You can't even, it's not even visible at all. So these are what I found to be very simple, easy changes that will still be up to code for the landscape percentages. And the tree removal, it's a 4 foot by 30 foot planter box, and it's by a fence, but I'm pretty confident that a tree will survive. I don't really, I mean, I have tons of paperwork and things, and I feel that this is very simple. It makes all the common sense, especially, you know, moving that island, because we do, we are a car lot, so it is just a giant parking lot. And, you know, we're moving cars in and out, and it would actually be in the way of moving, like especially broken down cars that we're working on to get in and out of the shop there. And so it just makes common sense to move these curbs and to go forward with this project. I've been working on this project for 5 years, as you know, she stated that, you know, there was a break, and the thing was is I literally ran out of money, and now I came into some more money, and we're being held up by a simple curb move, you know. So we'd like to go forward, and hopefully you guys, you know, can approve this, and that way we can complete this project. And this is the last steps of it. So thank you for my time.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? All right, at this time, I'll open up to public comment. If anybody wants to come up and express an opinion in regards to this matter only, now is your time. Go ahead and step up. Now, this is a time for you to comment specifically on this item that we're discussing.
Yeah.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. Or state your name, please.
Connor Kirkpatrick. I'm pretty familiar with the lot. I drive by it regularly. It is an awkward lot. I think the city should be happy that there's a business there, paying taxes and operating there. It sounds like the issue was maybe a 2-foot size in a planter box, or maybe the issue is that a tree might not survive. It seems like really trivial issues. That was all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Any further public comment in regards to this matter only? Go ahead. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Jewel Lemon Andrews II, and to this matter, Jewel Lemon Andrews II, and to this matter only, to worry about trees in the place of placing human lives and letting people have a place to live seems kind of trivial to me, and I yield back.
Any further public comment in regards to this topic? Go ahead, state your name and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Colette Burke. Trees are important to Grants Pass and its good looks, but I believe that it is far more important to push a viable and ethical alternative to the homelessness problem than to plant a planter tree.
All right, public comment is still open for this topic at hand. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and or action. Actually, I'm going to yield to Stephanie first. She might have a couple comments.
Just one thing, there were several of you that noted that you had had contact with the applicant prior. For purposes of discussion, it would be best if you disclose what those communications involved.
Do you want me to do that right now? I guess? Okay.
That'll be probably good, and then we can go into full discussion. So we'll go into full disclosure first, and then full discussion.
I had reached out to Mr. Bowman after he had sent an email to mayor and council, I don't know, a month ago or so, I can't remember exactly, showing frustrations with this process. This is the first time I heard of it, and the specific business is in our ward, my ward. So I went over there and looked at it, visited with him, and he kind of walked me through what has been going on and just showed me the property. And since then, I've been in communication probably every week since, just kind of walking him through what to expect for this process and just my thoughts. So that's pretty much the extent.
Rob?
Yeah, I visited the property, and I'm glad that I did because, as one person alluded to, and I'm going to try to describe later, it is a very unusual parcel that probably has very limited uses, and to actually see it and see the grade involved was really helpful for me, because without that, I don't know that I would really be making a really informed decision. But I'll try to describe what I saw later, and that's pretty much it. I just went to see the lay of the land, and that includes looking at the neighboring property, so I could understand that as well.
Thank you, Rob. Joel?
Mr. Bowman called me and was very frustrated with the process, and it was he was concerned with the time and the amount. Anyway, I encouraged him to follow the process and appeal it. I didn't encourage him to appeal it, but let's say that was his method of questioning the decision, and he's done that, and here we are today. We didn't talk about he shared with me his perspective just like he did now. We did not talk about the pros and cons of that.
Thank you very much, all councilors that disclosed that ex parte information. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion. Kathleen?
Yeah, I just want to highlight that I read through the packet and read what the actually the UAPC committee members were talking about, and I just want to quote one of the council or UAPC commissioners' take on this. It said, I would agree with your comments and sentiments. I would just add that the commissions like this are also meant to be a deliberative body and to sometimes make nuanced decisions. To make things happen that maybe the bureaucratic process is making difficult. And in a case like this, because the actual request and the ask is just so basic, and so minimal. I don't see you taking that kind of hard stand on something like this. If it was a bigger project that was more controversial and had more potential downside, it might be an issue. I just want to say that we have appointed a development code review task force to review different development codes that might be making it difficult for businesses. And one of the things they are addressing is landscaping standards. So I would be inclined to reverse this decision tonight.
Any further discussion? Rob?
Yeah, there's a few things. First, I just want to say to Brad, I appreciate your position that basically it's your job to read what's on the page and use some discretion sometimes. And in this case, you reached your limit and of what you thought was appropriate, and so we're here. So that's fine. You know, I appreciate that. One of the Commissioner Arthur on the UAPC. One thing that she noted in her words, she'd like to see us allow it to be a workable situation because it's a very odd shape, size, and depth of lot. And to me, that was what, when I visited, I actually went by it a couple of times. I didn't even find it at first. And it is very unusual. And there aren't that many, certainly not many businesses that would kind of find a way to make that work for them. But I think that you know, these guys have been creative and they've invested in this, and I think that they appear to be pulling it off. When we look at, I guess, what the chair of the UAPC said, and he actually, I think, voted against their some of these changes, but the main point I took out of what he said was, you know, we have to look at what Grants Pass wants, and that was a key point that he kept coming back to. And for him, that supported his no vote, is what it appears from the minutes. But when I say, you know, what does Grants Pass want, I think with regards to business, I think first and foremost, we want people that have enough confidence in Grants Pass to invest here and want to do a business here. We want people that have enough confidence in themselves to pull it off and give it a go. And so that to me is kind of first and foremost what we want. And then from there, we divide out, and we've got to have codes and we've got to have rules and regulations. But, you know, this, and I'm going to say, when I was reading, and I'm sorry if this is a little long because the UAPC had a bunch of different people that commented, including Mr. Bowman. But, you know, when I was reading through it, it struck me that, and it turns out that Mr. Bowman said the same thing, I think, to the UAPC, that this is actually not a parking lot. This is his showroom, so to speak. If you're a car dealer, you know, your lot is your showroom, and how you arrange your goods for sale is really important. And that could change, I guess, from season. It could change depending on what you've got in inventory at the time. So him moving things around and wanting a certain flow to the property that they showed me as to why the planter box in its original place created a kind of an imperfect flow for customers to be able to pull in and see quickly what was going on. I realized this really isn't parking lot standards we're talking about, because there's not pedestrians, there's no conflict there. It's how does he best display his wares, and you know, again, that's something that occurred to me, and he didn't say it tonight, but he did say it before. So the other thing I'd like to add, and I saw that when I was there, the other thing I'd like to add too is, while, you know, you kind of could get a sense from the picture, but while next door is supposedly zone residential, currently it's being used as a commercial storage building. There's no little kids riding tricycles. There's nothing like that. There's pavement and a dumpster to serve the commercial business next door, or the commercial buildings being used as commercial. So it's not like this business is abutting, you know, a playground or abutting a house where a family's living or anything like that. It's abutting a structure that's being used commercially right now, which to me makes it a little bit easier for me to look at it that way and kind of lean towards not necessarily seeing the necessity of that that landscape buffer. So again, when I look at what the Bowman's overall goal is here, was to have a business and have enough courage to invest, I'm sure, many hundreds of thousands, if not more, dollars into his property and a brand new building that he put on the property. And when I look at what's going on next door, and I look at what a couple of the UAPC commissioners said, again, it's an odd-shaped piece of property that has it's kind of below grade. You don't even see it when you go by on Redwood Highway. You don't see it at all. You won't see the landscape planter that we're talking about at all when you drive by Redwood Highway because it's 6 feet below ground. I mean, I'm inclined to be really flexible and basically have enough confidence that the Bowmans are doing the right thing here and creating a thriving business on a really odd-shaped piece of property.
Thank you. Bring it back to council for further discussion or action. I have Indra and then Rick. Indra?
Yes, I just want to say to Mr. Bowman that government is frustrating, can be very slow, and is many times does not appear to make common sense. And we do have codes and regulations and rules for a reason, and this is part of the process, is the appeals process. And I just want to thank you for coming forward with the appeals, because probably many business people would have just dropped it and just either not done it or done something more costly than what they really needed to. I think I speak for the council in saying we are huge advocates of small business. So in areas where there are minor changes or it's not really going to affect anything, I, for one, will always side with the small business. So thank you.
I got Rick and then Seth. Rick?
I appreciate staff adhering to the code and Urban Area Planning Commission doing the same, but I also applaud the applicant coming forward, especially when there's merit in the request. This is an unusual piece of property. I know from driving by it, I haven't been by it recently, but by the evidence that's presented showing the neighborhood, I don't think it has a neighborhood impact, and it's not causing a safety issue, so thank you.
Seth and then Victoria. Seth?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Brad for, everything you do. I know it's a tough job and you're just trying to do what you're paid to do. So I get that. And after speaking with Mr. Bowman, obviously there's frustrations. And, that's just how it's going to be. I think, I've said this before, obviously Oregon's one of the worst states to do business in currently. So hopefully we can make Grants Pass the best city within Oregon to do business in. And so hopefully tonight, we can show some support for a small business in town. I think this topic is pretty minor. I mean, based on what I saw when I went and looked at it. And, I can tell Mr. Bowman, he still wants to create something that looks good and serves the right purpose. And if you, drive on River Highway, you know that a lot of that is blighted, so he's already done a really good job in that. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the revised site plan as proposed by the appellant.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, and we have numerous seconds, but I'm going to pick Victoria because she's screaming in my ear a little bit. That's great. Did you still have some comments that you wanted to add, Victoria?
I was just going to do the exact same thing
Okay,
Seth
so
did.
any further discussion in regards to the motion? Rick, go ahead.
I just want to have clarification on using the word approve. You're also approving number 3, reverse the UAPC. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to pick option 3, which is the reverse the UAPC decision and approve the site plan as amended by the applicant. Is that clear? We have a second on the table. Any further discussion? If not, go into a roll call vote. Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes,
All right, we have a reversal of decision. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is a quasi-judicial item, and at this time I'll open a public hearing to consider the application as filed. the application for ordinance creating a developers installed reimbursement district, CC 6590 for Harbeck Meadows subdivision. We will begin the hearing with a staff report followed by a presentation by the applicant. Statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition of the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? You would like to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter?
Yes, sir, on the office of Panama.
Okay, come up to the microphone and state your opposition, please.
My opposition, and to my understanding, Mr. Bowman, you would like to keep your property for your showroom, is that not correct? Okay.
We've moved on past that topic, sir. This topic is for something different.
The reimbursement district.
Correct.
Of Harbeck Meadows. Now, you guys wish to be, reimbursement and distribute money to this district, is this correct?
Yes, the question at hand is if you wish to challenge our authority to hear this. So that means you would be challenging us as a council and our authority to hear this.
Okay, to push money to which location in the city? Is this doing to the houseless, correct?
Sorry?
The houseless project y'all have going.
So the question at hand is, are you challenging our authority? So basically it means that you're challenging us to say that we don't have the authority to hear this quasi-judicial hearing.
I'll step back on this one for a second.
Thank you very much.
I'll come back to it next week through an email.
Thank you. Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Seeing none, are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contact, or any other ex parte information that they have received prior to this meeting in regards to this application? Seeing none. In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which applies in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of this report, please write that on a note and provide it to the city manager, and one copy will be provided to you. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to this issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This reimbursement district is for the Harbeck Meadows subdivision. So this developer for this reimbursement district will install approximately 679 linear feet of street, 744 feet of storm, 679 linear feet of water, and 476 feet of sewer. And these improvements are going to go on Southwest Emery Way, which will be a new street off of Allen Creek Road, and they'll travel west down that street. This is a map of the reimbursement district, which is on page 123 of your council packet. The lot marked as number 3 is the subdivision that's driving this reimbursement district. And Harbeck Residential Properties is the owner of this district, and they're represented by John Camiller. So here's a list of the estimated assessments for this district. We have street assessments at about $510,000. We have storm drain at about $123,000. Water assessments are listed at about $188,000. And the estimated sewer assessments are around $65,000. Now these assessments are further broken down per dwelling. So as properties developed, they'll pay these per dwelling unit fees that you see here. And they're broken out again by street, storm drain, water, and sewer. You'll notice that there are two different.
Is now joining.
There are two different assessments listed based on the zoning that currently are listed for the district. Property number 1, which is again on that map on page 123 of your council packet. Property number 1 is currently zoned RR5, which is a rural zoning. So they've been assessed for both RR5 and R3. In the event that they do get annexed in the future, we don't have to come back and do a recalculation. So whenever they do develop, they'll pay the applicable assessment at that time of development. So the total district cost, when you add all those together, is about $887,000. And those costs will be paid for water and sewer upon connection to the systems. And then for the street and storm drain improvements, those assessments will be paid at the time of building permit issuance. We did do public outreach. Community Development's been working with the applicant on this district. On November 5th, we did send out hearing notices for today's meeting. We did not receive any responses from those notices we sent out. And then today's meeting, the public hearing being held. So again, those assessments per ordinance 235882 and section 9.40.100 of the Grants Pass Municipal Code. The reimbursement for water will be at the time of connection to the water, sewer at the time of connection to the sewer line, and then the reimbursement for drainage and street will be at the time of building permit issuance. There's no financial outlay for the city other than staff time to administer the district. And then after the final ordinance is adopted, so we'll come back, these are just the estimated costs right now, we'll come back with the final costs once the project is completed. And those funds will be returned to Harbeck Residential Properties as properties develop and people connect to those water and sewer lines. Staff recommends adoption of the ordinance, but there are a few alternatives there listed as well. So I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. So you did mention an applicant. Do we have his presence here, and does he need to or want to speak? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name's John Camiller. I am the owner of Harbeck Residential Properties, 1840 East Barnett, Medford. So I just want to make the point, and mainly for the audience, that I'm paying the $875,000 to build the road, to put in the sewer, to put in the drainage, to put in the water line. And only when people adjacent to the road that I'm building with the sewer and the water and the storm drainage, when they connect to it and use it, then they would reimburse me their little incremental amount for each residence. My point is, I got to pay for the whole thing before I flush the first toilet, but everybody else gets to pay as they get a building permit. And there's no city funds going to come to me at all. It's actually, I think even the city's effort has been included in what I've paid. So I just want to make that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. At this moment in time, we'll open it up to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak in favor of this application?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Have we had questions yet from council?
Oh, I am sorry, Rick. I was going a little bit too fast. No, I apologize. I've been out for a few days, and I'm just trying to get my sea legs back, so I apologize. With the correction of Rick, we do want to bring it back to the council for any questions for the presenter and or applicant. Rick, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Could you go to the slide that shows the estimated assessments? Okay, so those are the figures based on information we have today. 2 questions. Will those prices stay the same? And the second question, is there a time limit like 10 years or 20 years, or there's no time limit?
So great questions. For this district, the term will be 15 years from the date of that final adoption of the final ordinance. These amounts cannot go up, but they can go down if the final costs come in lower. But the way that the adopting ordinance is written, they can't be increased.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. And now I do apologize. We're going to open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience, again, that would like to speak in favor of this application? All right, is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak opposing this application? All right,
Opposing the application, sir.
okay, come on up.
To place people out of.
Go ahead, and you got to get to the microphone first, state your name again, and you got a couple minutes.
Andrews II, to place people out of the way in a decentralized location, many of them not having means but other than city bus transportation to get around where they are currently placed at.
I think you're off topic, sir. We're actually talking about a reimbursement district for people that are trying to tie into a sewer system or use a new road. This doesn't have anything to do with displacing people. I think you're off topic. I think you want to speak a little bit later in the day, and I'll actually
I'm gonna
nod
go
to you when we
outside
get to
for
that
a
same
moment.
topic.
And
Is that okay?
I've got some witnesses to come in with me here in a little bit. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your participation, sir. Is there anybody else in the audience that want to speak in opposition of this application? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion. Rick?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Move to adopt the ordinance creating the Developer-Installed Reimbursement District, CC 6590, for Harbeck Meadows Subdivision. Have it read by title only, first reading.
All right, we have a motion on the table with a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go into a roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes?
Joel?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes?
Kathleen?
Yes.
All right, passes for first reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass creating a developer-installed reimbursement district, CC 6590, for the Harbeck Meadows subdivision.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and/or action. Joel?
So I move to approve the ordinance creating the developer-installed reimbursement district for the Harbeck Meadows subdivision and have it read by title only, second reading.
We have a motion for approval for second reading with a second from Rick. Any further discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes?
Seth?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Joel? Victoria?
Yes?
All right, thank you very much. Passes for second reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass creating a developer-installed reimbursement district, CC 6590, for the Harbeck Meadows subdivision.
Thank you. All right, well, moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is another quasi-judicial item. At this time, I'll open for public hearing to consider the application as filed. The application is for an ordinance creating a public installed reimbursement district, DO 6598, for Allen Creek Road Regional Stormwater Pond. We will begin the hearing with a staff report followed by a presentation by the applicant, if available, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition of the application, an opportunity for additional comments by staff and applicant. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council in this hearing? All right, seeing none, do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Seeing none, are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contact, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding this application? Seeing none, in this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which apply to this case are noted in the staff report. If you would wish a copy of this staff report, please write on a note and give to the city manager, and one will be provided. It is important to remember, if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Good evening again. So this reimbursement district is for the Allen Creek Road Regional Stormwater Pond. It's a public district, so the city is actually doing this one. So this public installed reimbursement district project will install a new regional stormwater pond at 2117 Allen Creek Road. And this is in relationship to Council Goal Infrastructure Outcome 1. This is a drawing from Dow Engineering on where the pond is going to go in relation to where Allen Creek Road is. So for that pond, this map is actually on page 131 of your council packet. The pond is going to be on lot 31 as marked on this map. And that is what's driving this reimbursement district. Most of the properties listed in this district, most of the properties on the west side of Allen Creek Road will be able to connect to that pond, fully connect to the pond. The ones on the east side of Allen Creek, basically just the front portion of those lots will be able to drain to that pond. But we wanted to include those as well, just in case they did decide to develop and want to connect to that pond. So this reimbursement district estimated cost is $456,484. Now, upon application for a building permit, property owners would pay a stormwater assessment, which is currently estimated at $43,000 per acre of impervious surface. Now that number seems like a lot, but when you break it down into a tenth of an acre, it's only about $4,300. And a tenth of an acre is slightly smaller than most of the newer city lots. The stormwater does only have, or the stormwater pond only has a remaining capacity of 10.61 acres. So in the district, there's about 65 acres, but only 10.61 acres of impervious surface acre capacity. And once that's reached, no further connections can be made, and people developing their properties will have to mitigate that stormwater on site at their own cost. Community development staff's been working with public works staff on this district, and we sent notices out on November 5th for this hearing today. We did receive about 4 responses. A couple of people wanted to know when payments would be due. One thought that they might be exempt from the district, and then one wondered even if they had the ability to hook up to that stormwater, so we were able to answer all of those questions for them. And again, per ordinance 235882 and section 9.40.100 of the municipal code, the reimbursement for drainage and street improvements will be due at the time of building permit issuance. And the reimbursement for the drainage or street improvements will not be required if the facility being expanded would be a residence or duplex residence, and that's taken straight from the municipal code. Now, this project was funded through the Allen Creek Road Improvements West Harbeck to Denton Trail Project. That's project TR 6116. In addition, there will be minimum ongoing staff time to administer this district. As funds do come in and people connect to the pond, those funds will be returned to the Stormwater Capital Project Fund, which is different from the Transportation Fund, but that's because Stormwater did contribute to that capital project fund for the Allen Creek Road project. Staff recommends adopting this ordinance as presented, but as always, there are some alternatives, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Questions to staff? I love the smile, Rick. Thanks for keeping me in check. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Eric. Does this reimbursement district have a sunset clause as well?
So since this reimbursement district is a city project, it will be in perpetuity, so there will not be a sunset clause.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Yes, sir, Jason.
Just on behalf of Public Works, if I could, this one is a little bit different than a standard reimbursement district in that if somebody develops, they are not obligated to buy capacity in our stormwater pond. They can develop their own on-site system, and that's what's currently in the code. This was just, we had some additional room. We were having to build a pond anyway. Public Works elected to work with the engineers to make it much larger so that we could accept regional stormwater from the area and then offer that up to folks as they develop. It actually will save them room on their property and probably long-term cost and definitely maintenance costs for the future. We thought it was actually a pretty good idea. Well, hopefully it works out for us.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Jason. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. At this time, I will open up to the public. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak in favor of this application? Go ahead.
John Camiller, 1840 East Barnett, Medford. I do hope you approve this because I'm connected to it already. No, it really is a boon to the early development. Our first 8 lots, the configuration of the long, narrow piece, would have just been very difficult to get the density required and build a pond on the site. So having this pond available to connect to really makes a difference to the ability to come. And so we have 28 houses, 27 will be single family, about 1,500 square feet, and the 28th lot is a duplex. So it's going in the direction of housing that the city wants to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak in favor of this application? Come on up, state your name, and you got a few minutes. And you're going to be speaking in regards to this application, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Kenneth Garnett, I'm adjacent to
Okay.
Mr. Developer there who's doing a great job engineering his project. So I just wanted to second what he says. Plus it has foresight of being larger, so I think that's good. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else want to speak in favor of this application? All right, seeing none, anybody want to speak in opposition of this application? Go ahead. You're going to be speaking in opposition to this application?
I'm concerned.
Okay, go ahead. State your name, sir.
So Edward Durham, 2150 Southwest Allen Creek Road.
Okay.
Today, my stormwater runs into a county ditch. Tomorrow, my stormwater goes where?
This application is for a district to allow developers to utilize an existing pond for capacity, if it's still available at your time of your development.
I live on Southwest Allen Creek Road, and my stormwater runs into a county ditch.
So I would think that we don't have the ability, bandwidth to answer your question tonight, but I would be, I would reach out to Jason at the Public Works Department and he could answer your further.
Great,
Thank you for your participation. Anybody else in opposition of this application would like to speak right now? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and or action. Kathleen?
Okay, I'll just make the motion to adopt the ordinance creating the Public Installed Reimbursement District, DO 6598, for the Allen Creek Road Regional Stormwater Pond, and have it read by the title only, first reading.
All right, we have a motion to adopt and first read with a second from Rick. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
All right, ordinance is adopted for first reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass creating a Public Installed Reimbursement District, DO 6598, for the Allen Creek Road Regional Stormwater Pond.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and or action. Seth?
Yeah, I move to adopt the ordinance creating the Public Installed Reimbursement District, DO 6598, for the Allen Creek Road Regional Stormwater Pond, and have it read by title only, second reading.
All right, we have a motion for second reading with a second from Eric. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go into a vote. Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
All right, thank you. It passes for second reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass creating a public installed reimbursement district, DO 6598, for the Allen Creek Road Regional Stormwater Pond.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have another quasi-judicial. At this time, I will open the public hearing to consider the application as filed. The application for ordinance vacating a street plug adjacent to tax lot 1000 on map number 36-06-13-DA. We will begin the hearing with a staff report followed by a presentation by the applicant. Statements by people in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition of the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and/or staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contact, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding this application? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which apply to this case are noted in the staff report. If you wish to receive a copy of the staff report, please write on a note and pass it to the city manager, and one will be provided. It is important to remember that if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on this issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Bradley Clark, Community Development Director. So this is a street plug vacation request. The applicant was Peter Allen with Allen Land Surveying, and it's related to property that's actually adjacent to this that is owned by Consolidated Land Holdings, the Yonser family, and their desire to develop. So I'll just touch on that briefly in a minute, but the property that we're talking about was within the Wagner Meadows subdivision. This is on J Street at the very, very western terminus where J Street currently dead ends. And the whole point is to allow an extension of J Street to go to the west so that it would eventually connect into Lincoln. And it relates to your goal of infrastructure. So this is just a zoomed in area. So when this Wagner Meadows subdivision was created, they created through the platting process what's called a plug, and it basically is a legal separator that prevents people from legally crossing over a property boundary, is really all it is. To be honest with you, the surveyors and planning world have kind of moved away from these. We're thinking that there's other ways to accomplish it, but for many, many years, the subdivisions that got built often had these street plugs associated with them. So it's on the ground, you don't see anything, but legally on the plat, you have this line that's called a plug, and it's a 1 foot wide plug that the request tonight is basically to remove that so it would open up the right-of-way so there's no longer a private property line there. It would become a continuation of public property. So this is the visual on the street where J Street terminates. Lincoln Road is at the very, very end of that photo. This is the bigger vicinity map, so you can see where J Street comes in and then terminates, and Lincoln Road is here, G Street is at the north. So the intention would be to continue J Street across so that we would connect into Lincoln Road. The yellow property is the property that the Yonsers have that has a development on it for a subdivision. That's not part of your hearing tonight, though. The criteria for approval are on the screen behind me. We do not think that there's any substandard condition that is created, nor is it contrary to the public health, safety, or welfare. We did not receive any public comments to this application, and your call to action is tonight, there really is no cost implication. It is recommended by staff to approve the ordinance.
Thank you. And is the city the applicant on this one? Do we have another applicant?
No, the applicant is Peter Allen. I don't think Peter is here tonight.
Okay.
We'd let him know that we were having this, the hearing.
Just wanted to give him the opportunity, but thank you very much, Brad. Bring it back to council for any questions. No specific questions. Thank you, Brad. At this moment in time, is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak in favor of this action tonight? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak opposing this action for tonight? Come on up and state your name, and you're speaking in opposition of this action,
Yes.
right?
I'm Kim Waltz. I live at 517 South Wagner Meadows Drive. J Street's at the end, at the corner. The guardrail, which they call the plug, has been there for over 20 years. As far as I know, last guys tried to buy the land, it fell through. They did not do a traffic study on it. And when Dollar General went in, that was over 5 years ago, they have not done a traffic study, and they haven't talked to anyone. A couple of neighbors down the street, since it's like 200 feet, received letters, but no one else in the neighborhood has. Now, if you have it going through to Lincoln, don't you have to have access and get state approval by Lincoln, because that's the state highway, to get, so they can go out Lincoln? And that way you're going to have a lot more traffic in our area, along with kids and stop signs, and they don't have the speed control in there. They say it's 25, but it's not. I was like, I don't want, and if you park on both sides of that street, you can't get emergency vehicles down there on J Street. We have 3 different facilities on J and Wagner and down at the end. So, I think that's the opinion of a lot of, I talked to a bunch of neighbors today, they weren't able to come. But it's a hard decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience that wants to speak in opposition of this application? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to council for further discussion and or action. Rick?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance vacating a street plug adjacent to tax lot 1000 of map 36613DA and have it read by title only, first reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table to approve, and with a second from Kathleen. Any further discussion? Joel?
Well, I just want to comment and ask, and if I say it wrong, then you folks correct me, but access for emergency vehicles with our standards for street construction, that'll be a given.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilor. I think that the reference from the woman that spoke was to the existing J Street. The subdivision that I mentioned that is triggering the application, you know, hasn't been built yet. They are still working with the city on the plans, but
Okay.
those would have to meet minimum emergency services. I can't speak to the existing J Street condition.
And then does the trigger for a traffic analysis, has that been triggered or not?
It has not. It has not. The number of units that they are proposing doesn't hit that trigger.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Indra, and then Eric. Indra?
Yes, she also stated not getting letters. Her neighbor did, can you confirm that letters went out and how far they go out?
Yeah, I can confirm that they did. I think she might have referenced 200 feet. We send them to 100 feet. So that it could be, you know, there's a radius at point at which the property owners may not get notified because they're outside that. So, you know, that may be what happened. But we did mail the notice of this hearing to everyone within the required radius.
And you didn't hear back from anyone?
We did not.
further discussion? Eric?
I'm not sure if it was answered yet or not, but can staff speak to the lady's concerns as far as what she was really worried about with the traffic?
We would probably need a little bit more information, and maybe we could connect after the hearing tonight to kind of review the exact plans. That might be the most helpful thing to do.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion on the table to approve for first reading with a second. Go into a vote. Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
All right, passes for first reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass vacating a street plug adjacent to tax lot 1000 of map number 36613DA.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and/or action. Anyone? Eric? Correct.
I move to adopt the ordinance vacating a street plug adjacent to tax lot 1000 of map number 36-06-13-DA and have it read by title only, second reading.
Thank you. We have a motion for second reading with a second from Seth. Any further discussion? All right, we'll go into a vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Kathleen?
Yes.
All right, passes for second reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass vacating a street plug adjacent to tax lot 1000 of map number 36613DA.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is a resolution approving commercial activity and the sale and consumption of alcohol at Riverside Park for the 2026 Cycle Oregon Rally. And it looks like Brad will be giving us a little feedback on, or a little background on that.
We're good? Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Yes, representing the Parks Division tonight, you have a request, excuse me, to utilize Riverside Park. There's two requests before you. One is a commercial activity event permit, and the second is related to consumption of alcohol. And this is coming to us from Cycle Oregon for their 2026 Cycle Oregon Rally. Relates to the council goal to encourage economic opportunities, encouraging events within our parks. So Cycle Oregon it's a nonprofit organization. We do have a representative with us on phone tonight. They use bicycling to benefit communities by organizing supported non-competitive cycling events. It is a multi-day supported road ride. Supported meaning there's volunteers that come along the riders to kind of support them. It is a private event. And this would commemorate the 38th anniversary of their organization and their third annual rally. The proposed dates for it are August 25th to September 2nd, 2026. The first bullet there is citing the Grants Pass Municipal Code relating to commercial activity in parks. So it basically says, you've seen this before, you cannot use our public parks to solicit or advertise or sell private products or services unless they come with a specific application and the city council authorizes it. The second bullet there is coming from Ordinance 5533 related to the consumption of alcohol in public parks. It specifically calls out Riverside Park and Reinhardt Volunteer Park as the two public parks where if you come to the council and you get permission for a limited time, you can serve and consume alcohol. So here's some more details on the events, and the the representative with us on the phone may be able to expand on these, but basically it is, as I mentioned earlier, a private event. It's not open to the public. They are estimated to have approximately 700 participants, 500 riders, and 200 different staff or volunteers. They do propose to have live music, catering, vendors with beer and wine, vendors providing arts and crafts, on-site overnight RV and tent, and then they would bring in on-site showers for the riders. So here's a early preliminary layout of the site plan. Get my so Vista Drive borders Riverside Park here on the right side of the screen. East Park Street is on the bottom of the screen. Over here is the pavilion area. So the area that they are proposing to utilize for this event is primarily the eastern half of the park is really what it ends up being. Here's the play area for the spray park. The pavilion is area over here. The softball field that's right at the corner of Vista Drive is here where they're proposing some tents and the volunteer camps. So you can see how they've kind of proposed to utilize the property and lay it out, which again for this would be for that about a 4-day period of time. In terms of the cost implication, there is a fee to use the public parks for private events like this, approximately $2,700. The call to action is tonight. They're trying to get a kind of a jump, as I understand it, on the locations, for this, so they can understand if they have permission or not. They can begin their advertising in earnest. The alternatives for the council: you could approve the request to allow commercial activity. You could approve the request to allow the sale and consumption of alcohol for that 4-day period. Or you could deny one or both of those requests. They really kind of are separate. And then there's a potential motion for the council.
Perfect. And did you mention that the applicant was online or something and would like to weigh in?
Yes.
Does she want to make a statement?
We can hear you.
Hi. Okay, great. Hi, my name is Ashley Lance. I'm the events director for Cycle Oregon. I just wanted to say that we're super excited and honored that you're even considering our application. We've been to the area a few times now to kind of look around, and we just feel like there's so much value that we can bring to the goals of Grants Pass, especially in terms of Dollar Mountain and the cycling community that you're looking to build as a piece of your tourism package. We're really hoping that bringing our audience into the area kind of lets them know that that's there. In addition to that, we'll also be spending probably about a minimum of $20,000 putting into community volunteer opportunities, where we ask members of your community to come in and help us with various tasks, ranging from helping to set up tents to working at rest stops, and in turn we give those groups, whether they're church, school, athletic activities, we give them a stipend for their help. Also, being that close to the downtown area, we really see there being an economic benefit to our riders, who do tend to have, they're relatively affluent. Most of our riders have an average income of over $150,000 a year. We do see them going in and spending upwards of $50,000 over the period of time that we spend in the communities on coffee, beverages, drinks, crafts and goods. So anyway, that being said, we really hope that our event brings nothing but positive things into the community, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the site layout, about our groups, or anything else that you may have questions about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Eric?
Just wondering from staff if there's any issues, since alcohol is maybe involved if we approve of it. Is that something that's going to be covered under insurance for liability purposes through the city? How's that going to work? I just wanted to get an understanding and make sure that the public understands as well.
Yeah, they'll name us as additional insured under their insurance.
Thank you.
Further questions? Joel, and then Rick. Joel?
I wouldn't anticipate any, but if there's damages to the park afterwards, does that insurance also cover to fix those damages, if any?
Well, we do require a deposit on top of the fee, and so that deposit is held until after the event. We look at sprinkler heads and other things like that. So if there's anything damaged, we take that out of the deposit.
Further questions? Rick?
If I recall right, and I think it was mentioned, they were here probably 5 or 10 years ago. And if I remember right, we had no complications. And in fact, the local merchants said it was a real positive event. Do you know approximately how many years ago that occurred? 09. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Indra?
Yes, I have a couple. So the food, beer, wine, and then it says, and a number of local vendors. Is the food local too? Will they be local vendors, and the beer, wine, or do you bring your own in?
Yes, great question. So we work with the same caterer that we've worked with for, I guess, 4 years now. So our meals that we provide in camp will be, that are part of the registration fee, those will be provided by a vendor that we bring in. And same thing with the beer, wine, and alcohol. We will usually buy kegs from local vendors. We'll probably look at like Weekend Beer Company to bring in some kegs from them. But they will be served at our bar that we bring in with us. We've just worked with the same vineyard owner. His name's Rich, he's from Pinto Vista. But we will be looking to serve local offerings. In terms of the local vendors that we're looking to bring in the past, we've done really well with having like a local food truck come in to offer in between meals, as well as like late night dining when our catering tent is closed, because they kind of have limited hours. And also looking to bring in local artisans who maybe can give a real like flavor to our event of what's happening locally and what's interesting, whether that's photography, ceramics, canned goods, things like that. So I hope that answers that question.
Is there security? Do you provide security through the whole week?
So we will be having security for our long-term parking lot from dusk till dawn. That'll be out at the Josephine County Fairgrounds, so it's not necessarily in the park. We will kind of lean on the local, we've leaned against having security because it makes our riders feel like the community is unsafe, and we really feel like most places that's not necessary, but we would take advice from you, the community, to say like we would recommend it, or maybe overnight. We're not opposed to it. We generally just don't like advertise it, again, as a way to build trust with our riders with the community space.
Okay. And I know we have had other events where alcohol is confined to a gazebo or fenced area. Will the alcohol be confined to one area or the whole park?
We're really kind of open to what feels like it fits the needs of the town and the park best. We've absolutely done beer garden areas where it's fenced and alcohol can only be consumed in that area. In the past, it's been anywhere within our camp boundaries, but people can't just like wander from camp into town with their alcohol. Has been what we've done in the past. But again, open to what the city feels most comfortable with, as long as we can have a discussion on that, if that's okay.
Oops, one more for staff. I guess I would ask Chief Hensman, would you feel comfortable with not security for such an event for overnight?
I was waiting for that question.
Not Telfree
is now joining.
So I'll just wait till that's over. So this is the first. I think it's over now. This is the first that I've heard about this, and I'm happy to partner with whomever to talk about some of my concerns. I do have a couple of concerns right off the top of my head. almost from a tongue-in-cheek reminder that people can still get a DUI while riding a bicycle. You can. Also, when you're camping with a lot of people and there's alcohol involved, I am concerned. I'm not going to say I'm not. I would be concerned. And I would just ask that the event coordinator make contact with myself or somebody from my team so we can essentially share our concerns and possibly generate a point of contact or something similar. I certainly don't want to be a party pooper, but I also want to do the best for our community because I do know that people already walk around from park to different locations with alcohol, so whether they say they're not is neither here nor there. People tend to change their mind when they have a few drinks on them.
So is that something, if we voted on for alcohol or the event, that the city would work out with them afterwards? I mean, we don't have to decide that tonight.
And I would say, Counselor, for comfort, it sounds like the group are willing to work with myself and my team, and I think we can work together to have a safe event.
And then one more, there's some contacts for where they've been in the past. Has staff reached out and gotten information on how it went with those areas in the past?
Julia might have. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Julia, did you want to weigh in on that question?
No, I'm sorry, I meant our staff.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but we did confirm that this event did happen back in 2009 with a bunch of positive reactions. So did that answer all of your questions, Indra?
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions, Rob?
So they talked about two possible models of how alcohol could be handled. One would be a kind of within a confined area, I guess, like Boatnick does it. The other would be a bigger area. Now, typically alcohol is not allowed. Alcohol consumption is supposedly not allowed in our parks. So to me, I guess if we had it in a more tightly confined area, it would seem like it would be more easy to define. As Chief was saying, people can tend to wander off once they've had a few drinks, but I would imagine that would be easier for the, and I guess I'll ask this as a question to the Chief, it would probably be easier to identify who is inappropriately wandering around if alcohol for this event was just allowed in their confined alcohol space. Would that not be true?
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. So because it could be tough to define where the alcohol came from, if it was confined to a small alcohol space like Boatnick is, it would probably be a lot easier to define who was doing things legally and who was doing things illegally.
Yes, correct. But I would also imagine that people will bring their own as well, and people could wander in from different locations around town and participate also. So I don't know if there's an armband system where only people in the events are allowed to be in a certain area. So that would certainly make it much easier, especially if my team had to make contact with somebody that might have dipped outside the lines.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. And at this point, I'll open up to public. Is there anybody from the audience that would like to comment in regards to this application? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to council for further discussion and or action. Victoria?
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution allowing the commercial activity and the consumption of alcohol with the addition that the applicants will have a meeting with Chief to discuss having like the beer garden that we have in Riverside Park when we have Boatnick.
All right, there's a motion to approve both the activity and the alcohol consumption with extra stipulations, with a second from Seth. Any further discussion? Rob?
Well, the way that motion was made to discuss with Chief the possibility of a beer garden. I'd like to make that a hard requirement, that a beer garden situation be required.
Victoria, would you?
Yes.
Be applicable to the friendly amendment. So the motion will read as approval of commercial activity within Riverside Park, approval of alcohol consumption with the criteria that the details be worked out with. Is that correct, Rob?
Well, the
With the
detail's
chief,
fine, but
and they
specifically a beer
have to
garden.
have a beer garden location.
So with the criteria that alcohol consumption will be done within a beer garden style, does that truly define the motion at hand?
I believe so.
And we did have a second from Seth, so any further discussion from council? All right, seeing none, I will go to a roll call vote. Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
All right, resolution passes. Thank you very much. At this moment in time with the agenda, we have one last resolution, authorizing issuance of a notice of intent to award contract and the execution of a grant agreement and restrictive conveyance and
Ashley from Cycle Oregon.
Is now exiting.
acceptance of promissory note and deed of trust between the City of Grants Pass and Elk Island Trading Company for a shelter site with services. With that announcement, I will hand it over to Stephanie.
All right, good evening again. We are back once again to talk about the Addressing Homelessness Grant Program. And what's before you tonight is the potential contract award to Elk Island Trading Group pursuant to our last discussion. So our subject today is to authorize the city manager to issue the notice of intent to award contract, and then upon the expiration of the protest period to execute the grant agreement and subsequently accept a promissory note, restrictive covenant, and deed of trust for a shelter site with services. And this supports council's goal of housing and homelessness by facilitating an opportunity for an organization to improve quality and safety in unhoused services and provide collaborative responses to the community's needs. So there's a couple of different sections that we're going to go through tonight. I'm going to start with background, which I know you are all intimately familiar with, but just to make sure we have the record straight on all of this, we're talking about the RFP that was issued on September 4th of 2025, offering up to $1.2 million for capital expenses for the Addressing Homelessness Grant Program. And we were seeking proposals from applicants that could, within 6 months, provide a shelter site that is 24/7 managed, low barrier, capacity for 150 homeless individuals, ADA compliant, and would provide or facilitate the provision of optional programming. In particular, we noted housing, substance, mental health, employment, et cetera, within the RFP. The process was that on October 9th of 2025, applications were due, and we received 4 applications from Diversion by Design, Elk Island Trading Group, Pathways to Stability, and Tender Technologies. Council reviewed those submissions along with city staff comments and referenced interview information, and then completed their initial scoring prior to the October 20th of 2025 council workshop. At that workshop, we did our final review. One applicant was disqualified due to lack of sufficient information at that time, and the remaining 3 applicants gave presentations and answered questions before council submitted their final scores. As we're all aware, Pathways to Stability was the highest scoring application, and staff was directed to develop a proposed contract with the prerequisite that Pathways must provide property security documentation prior to the council meeting date. That was November 5th. Pathways was unable to acquire the required documentation and was disqualified, with staff directed to move forward with Elk Island Trading Group, which was the second highest scoring with the same requirements, that they had to provide the documentation of that they had secured property, and we had to create a grant agreement. So what's before you today is what we have proposed with Elk Island Trading Group. You'll note in your packet that a letter of intent was received with the landowner's signature indicating intent to sell the property to Elk Island if the grant funding is acquired. A grant agreement has been developed, and we'll discuss that closer to the end of the presentation tonight. Over the past couple of weeks, Elk Island has been working diligently with city staff to make adjustments to their site plan in order to ensure that they meet all regulations that apply. We do note, and it's also contained in the grant agreement, that some transitional housing code amendments will be required, but just so we're all on the same page with that, they would have been required no matter which proposal had been selected. The transitional housing code was developed for a very specific application, and none of the proposals would have been able to go forward with the transitional housing code as written. Also, since that time, Elk Island has entered into a reciprocal use agreement with Mint to be able to utilize both properties for this purpose. So there is an actual signed agreement that I've seen as well. So with that, I'm going to invite Bernie Woodard to come up and talk about the updated site plan that he has developed to meet the regulations.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time. This is like the hottest topic across the West Coast, and it don't matter who you are, homelessness affects you. Whether you're, you want to use your parks, or whether you want to use your commercial areas downtown, or you're a homeless person out there at 35 degrees at night like we have right now, it affects everybody. And so kind of Elk Island Trading Group and myself, some people might say and do say, why do you get involved with this? And it's because we want a solution. And we believe that solutions come from people getting together and putting their heads together and saying, okay, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, and then coming up with that solution that can fix it all. So that said, I looked at Grants Pass, and it's like you guys already are 2 steps ahead, and you may not even realize that compared to most cities in Oregon, that you're having this conversation. You're not just trying to push homeless people away. I probably have, to be honest with you, I've probably been that way in my life as a commercial owner. But how do you do it? Because they're just always there. So they're always going to be here to work with. They're part of the community. And as soon as we get them into a place that they can actually start thriving and be safe, then they can get to the answers they need to be able to become a good part of the community, of Grants Pass community. So you guys have a monumental task. I appreciate just even being able to be standing here tonight. I appreciate the earlier vote to let us stand here. And so you've got two things you've already covered. These are barriers too, because the goal is that you limit the barriers to homeless people having a place to stay or a bed. I'm not a housing first advocate in any way. What I am is more a bed first. Let's find a way to get people a safe bed and a safe place so that we can start working with the underlying problems. Whether that's drug addiction, or whether it's just a ticket home, or whether it's, that they're disabled and they have a missing body part, and they, probably not the right way to say that they just need a safe place to stay until they can get to another place. And that's what this program is going to be about. And Grants Pass, the staff, and the mayor, the city council, and it doesn't even matter to me about numbers on votes. You guys voted to do things to make it a change, and city manager. And that's big. So you already passed that hurdle of moving and removing that barrier. Then the next one is the one that Stephanie talked about, the transitional housing code. That has to be changed no matter what, and we saw that as we went through different meetings with staff, that we need to make changes and create that transitional housing code. So then that said, what we end up with is the city's already done its part by creating the opportunity for the grant to move forward, and also then creating the opportunity to make changes in their code so that somebody can move forward. Those are the 2 restrictions that's going to money, and the ordinances are going to be the things that hang people up no matter what town they're in Oregon or along the West Coast. Grants Pass is already there. And so our program, as we went farther and we looked, the first application we didn't have, it was a site that we liked, but it wasn't this site. This is a mega site that by combining with Mint, and we'll have Dr. Nelson come up and tell about Mint services in a bit.
But by combining with Mint, we're able to grab the piece of property just to the north side of it called 200 Redwood Highway. Redwood Highway then connects with then 218 and 220 that Mint already had. Our original plan was just to use 210, but after we met with the staff, especially I think the fire department, it's like, okay, you gotta have this wide road in the middle of it. And it's like, wow, there goes a lot of our space. And so, but we had to have that. That's for safety, and we all agreed to that. The thing is safety first. You know, how do we make this a safe place? How do we get access into these units? And so that's why we created that 20-foot wide drive. And then it comes back, and then it has a Y at the end of it that has 60 feet that goes across the 2 Mint properties. And so we created a way that fire trucks can actually not pull in and pull out backwards into traffic, but they can pull in and turn around and come back out. So that's what the big area is in the front that shows emergency drive. Then what we have are, because of the amount of connexes we needed, we reduced the size to having four units, thank you, 4 units in each 40-foot connexes. And then each of those connexes they're about 9.5 by 8 feet, and they'll have a single bed on each side. And then that single bed will be elevated so that you can store. Some of these guys are not going to trust us to begin with. And they're going to say, if I get rid of my tent and my sleeping bag to come into this place, you know, what am I going to get when I leave? You're just going to throw me out. But so we have to create the storage, and that storage will be underneath that bed. So the beds will be elevated a little bit so they have a place to sleep, but then underneath they'll have a place to store their goods, their tent or sleeping bag, so they know that they can take off whenever they need to or they want to. And then there'll be area for a small refrigerator so that they can keep their food cold and they can keep their medicine cold, which a lot of these guys have medicine stole all the time. And so we have to create those kind of options for them. And so that's what this option creates. And then a little bed or a little table on the other end across, and then there's storage area or storage shelves at the end of the bed because it's an 8-foot wide room. So you have about 1.5 feet or so past the bed for them to have shelves to have their personal items. We want it to be a home. We want it to be not a home like we have, you know, probably, but we want it to be something that they can feel comfortable in, that they know somebody cares, and we want to move to the next step and get them to want to go to the next step. Then that gets them to say, okay, I have a safe place where, you know, and then when they're taught about that they have a problem with alcohol or drugs, then we can get them to go instead of forcing them to go. When they have some kind of other issues, we can get them to go instead of forcing them. It's like, we don't want to warehouse people. I've seen that. Warehousing people don't work because all that does is drag money out of everybody. We want people moving through this and transitioning through. And this is our opportunity. So all of our connexes would have 4 units in it, except for the ones that are over behind the Mint facility at 218 and 220, and then those would have 3, and those would possibly go to a different clientele. In 210, that's our phase 1, and then that gets us over 160 beds. Those 160 beds complies with what we need for the circuit court order of 150 beds, and then we have ADA beds for people to be in there, and then we have ADA access, and we also, I'll go to glasses now. And then we also have, you know, that we'll be open in 6 months. By using Connex containers, we'll be able to get in and start converting these things quickly before we even get all the excavation work done, so we can start placing them pretty quickly. And then, of course, the wraparound service of drug and alcohol. I think we all know that needs to be done. And maybe at times I haven't said it, or maybe I haven't written enough about it. Like I've said before, I think my wife is a drug and alcohol nurse for ADAPT in Roseburg, and one of the first things that she told me before I even considered this, actually as I was starting to consider the camps we have in Roseburg, was that who would the people be that go there? Do we just take anybody in, or who do we take in? And so she said, well, ADAPT has issues, and drug and alcohol, at times they have issues because people have to go through it so many times for it to take. And so, you know, I thought, what we're going to do in our camps in Roseburg was go drug and alcohol free. People that don't do drugs and alcohol are people that are on a program, and that's called a high barrier. But just so we don't confuse them, that's different than what we're doing here. This is low barrier. Whoever comes into this place at night, and it's going to be 24/7 security, and where people can get in, if they come in at 1 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have somebody that can bring them in. Okay, so now they get what we're going to call a bed. Within an hour, they're going to get placed in a bed. And then after that, then Mint comes in as our partner, and then they would take either 4 hours if it's through the day, or the next morning if they've come in through the night. Then they would come in and do an assessment and do a case management kind of plan or a care plan. Again, I want Dr. Nelson to talk about that because I'm not a medic, and I'm a builder, and I try to think of myself sometimes as a solution finder. And so we will get those people taken care of. Then if they need, assistance, they get assistance, but they have a safe place and a bed to stay on. And that's going to be the importance, no matter where you're at, what town you're in that has a homeless problem. It's like, how do we get them to a bed first and a safe place that they can actually call their home for now, so they can make the right choices. And then when we do that, what we're doing is complying with the court order. Now we have the 150 beds, or 160 as our first phase shows. Then we've complied, Grants Pass. I get in trouble sometimes by saying we and not differentiating between who we is. So we, as in speaking Grants Pass, as a community, get to say, hey, we complied with the court order. We have ADA access. We have 150 beds. We're going to have this thing going in 60 days or 6 months. Some of them maybe even before that. And we're going to have wraparound services so we can get people the help that they need. Okay, so there's the Mint facility, and then Stacy, sorry, if you go to the Stephanie, then the security we've worked with. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Jordan, has taken some pictures and laid out some things for us about security, because a lot of people, we don't want to take security, we don't want to be security for the neighbors. That's what the neighbors need to do whatever they want to do. That's their business between them and the city. What we want is to be able to secure our own property. We want to have cameras on the corner so we're securing the property. One of the reasons, and then down the aisles as you go down the connexes, Stephanie, if you would go back to that plan, then, because that one wasn't complete, but what we want is no hidden areas that people can come in and do a drug transaction anyway. And we want to work more with the police, of course, with that to see what we can do. So the way we've stacked, the way these containers fit together, and there's a building code that they have to be 1 hour fire rated as they're connected, 1 hour fire rated as the different compartments are separated. We have to do those kind of things, but we're creating these rows where basically it's a row and a fence at the same time, where if that camera is going down that top row across there, they can see everybody that goes in there. If somebody that's outside of the camp or outside of the village starts going into all those units, we know that person, there's a question about what that person's doing. And so then we hope to have an arrangement with the police department to say, hey, come down and take a look at this. And then the same thing, no hidden spots. It has, right where the curve goes into the Y, you'll see about 8 porta pots. Those porta pots will only be there until our toilet and shower building is built there in the middle of the left side. And then there'll be porta pots there, and then there'll also be the garbage containers behind that. Then back to the very left of the picture, there's an area that shows picnic tables and barbecues. Those will be barbecue pits and picnic areas, picnic tables, so that the guests can come back there and eat in that area. So they're not eating on the ground or someplace like that in the mud, but they're actually having a place to sit and eat their food. If we treat them with dignity and respect, I believe we see changes in people. So then we have the picnic area back there. That area will be, the outside of that area will be a chain link fence that has a green fabric on the outside of it as you look from the Bi-Mart parking lot, so it looks good to the community. But it also gives privacy to the people in the camp, or in the, not camp, I keep saying that, but shelter. So people in the shelter have a place to go. But again, it would be monitored where we can see what's happening there with security. Then if you go up to all of the sidewalk, on the Mint building, which is the the big building there, on the upper side of that is where the two connexes will have 8 units in them, and they will also be ADA accessible. And then there will be 5 pallet houses that will be ADA accessible. And there's an ADA sidewalk that goes between them that comes out to the city sidewalk, which is already ADA compliant. You guys have already gone through the time to make those approaches into an ADA, so all of that is good for this project. So those ADA people, and then the sidewalk goes on to the emergency street and goes back to the toilet building, which is the bigger square building at the back where the toilets and showers will be. Then there's 4 parking spaces there for employees. But then I want to take you up to Unit 40. At Unit 40, which is in the middle of the upper units, that'll be a medical facility where we'll have emergency or first aid medical in that building because it's more in the central part of the community. And so it'll have only one bed in it, and then it'll have one half of the unit that'll be designated for first aid station. And then if you go to Unit 28 that's up on the right corner, the importance of it being on the right corner and using this one is 28 will be where all the surveillance cameras will be. So every surveillance camera we have on the property, whether it's the taller ones or whether it's the shorter ones for the lower areas, those will feed into Unit 28, where we hope the police chief or whoever works in the police, if there's any kind of issue around town, and there's a thought that somebody in this camp or this village, again, I'm trying to change village, if somebody in this village had a problem and ran in there, they'll be able to go, and we're going to make it accessible to the Grants Pass Police so they can go in and look at our cameras and work with our security crew, which will be 24/7 for security. And that'll be the place that they can be found is in that unit up on the corner. And then the monitors will be able to help find the culprit that might be running into our facility. So our goal is to get this built, to find a real solution, and to help move Grants Pass forward. We can't do it on our own. We never could have come down here and done it on our own. I've tried that. It doesn't work on your own. It works when the city's behind you. It works when the staff's behind you. And it works when there's wraparound services that will get in and partner with you, which is one of the reasons we didn't partner with a lot of people in MOU. We know Mint on the ground knows the people that really produce services, and we want to utilize that experience to be able to help the people that need to be helped. Then there are people that, and the attorney and I have talked about this, there are people that will not ever come in here. They just will say no, and then that's when we need the police to enforce the law. And that's how our community, the Grants Pass community, can move forward, is by creating a place that's according to HB 3115 and the court settlement in exactly the ways that we've agreed to do. And we can all make this happen together. And I'm excited about it because, I've read so much about Grants Pass. I watched it. I've seen so many council meetings in here from a distance from my computer. It's, seeing what you guys do. And I know there's difference of opinions. You guys were all 8 people were voted, 9 people were voted by the community to come in and make decisions. And you're not ever, I've seen some agreement tonight where you all agreed. But that's probably doesn't usually happen because people just, they think things through and sometimes they think different. But the goal is how do we might think different, but how do we work together to make it move forward into the future for our whole community? And with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Scott if he would come up and talk about Mint.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Woodard. Thank you very much for your invitation. I am Scott Nelson. I'm a physician here in town. I'm the Chief of Staff at Three Rivers Medical Center, and I'm also the Board President of Mint, which is potentially a new neighbor with Elk Island Trading
group, and we're excited to partner with them. We've met Mr. Woodard several months ago as he reached out to us as he was looking for potential places to come in Grants Pass. But recently, our relationship has had to evolve significantly as there's a potential for him to receive the grant and become our next door neighbor. And so over the last several weeks, we have been working diligently to develop a plan that we think would be an excellent partnership and collaboration to provide wraparound services or navigation services to clients who hopefully will be leaving these camps and coming to a managed site. And I do want to emphasize that this is a managed site, especially to the community members. This is not a camp like this. There are rules, there's organization, there's security. This will be a safe place for individuals to come and receive services that we hope will be a transition into more permanent housing. One of our visions that I don't think was appreciated was that you can see on the map in the existing building, that's a future thrift store and work program. So we have visions of creating possible employment opportunities and training for individuals as they come through. So if you think about this from a self-reliance perspective, we have housing, we have navigation services, we have education, employment, and training for individuals. I can't think of a better way to try to move the needle on this problem than to provide all of those services in one location and to continue to grow. I do want to acknowledge the many partnerships that we have seen within our community, ADAPT, Options, Southern Oregon Pathways programs, but also our good friends who have also applied for this grant and were unsuccessful. We have partnerships with them as well because we want to see things change. We've invited them to partner with us as well as we move forward, and this is 160 beds. We know that there are many more individuals who may need services, and so this is, I hope, just the beginning of what we can do to transform Grants Pass from what has been maybe a difficult situation into a model community for the rest of the Oregonian towns and cities to look at as a model of how to do this. So we are excited about this proposal. I hope that you will support it because we do have a vision of self-reliance and transition for individuals who are unhoused to change their lives and help them. So I will be around if there's any questions, but thank you very much for allowing us to talk and present this evening.
So with that, we'll jump into what the grant agreement would require in order to achieve what was just described. One note is I would suggest that we make a minor revision to the language in the first paragraph of the grant agreement. There was a question regarding the amendment to the Transitional Housing Code and what that looks like. To clarify, I would suggest that we make we would revise it to read, this agreement is contingent upon city's adoption of a text amendment to the Transitional Housing Code as adopted by Title 9.04.010 paren J of the Municipal Code. It just clarifies, that's what the original language meant to say, but it read more like we needed a municipal code amendment as opposed to a Transitional Housing Code amendment. So just want to fix that. And as I noted before, the city is required to revise the Transitional Housing Code unless doing so would constitute an unreasonable risk to public health or safety. Staff will not bring forward any revisions that would be a risk to public health or safety. So we do have that as a potential agenda item for, I believe, the December 3rd meeting is when we would be bringing that forward to council if this moves forward. But no matter which proposal was selected, we were going to have to look at Transitional Housing Code amendment. So it's not a big scenario that we have to work through on this. The requirements that are contained in the grant agreement, it would be a 5-year agreement, require 24/7 managed ADA compliant low barrier shelter site with capacity for 150 individuals that's fully operational within 6 months of execution of the agreement. They would be required to work with their neighbors and develop a plan for addressing community concerns and either have on-site or easily accessible and on-site means on both their property as well as their partner Mint's property because they do have that reciprocal use agreement, or easily accessible with assistance. So if they're providing transport to medical appointments, things like that. But they would need to provide individual case management, substance use recovery and mental health support, workforce development vocational training, housing navigation, and medical services. I know one of the concerns with all of this is that we would just be writing a large blank check to an entity, and that is not how this is structured. It is based on requiring detailed documentation for funds to be released. So the way it would work is the funds for the land acquisition would be released to escrow upon request, but if that property is not acquired, then the funds would be returned to the city. So they don't just get the funds in their pocket. Whenever possible, we will be dispersing funds on a reimbursement basis, so they have to expend the funds first and then provide us with the documentation of what those expenses were, and then reimbursement would take place. With this particular one, for the Connex container reimbursements, those would be based upon the individual containers. So every time a container is completed, they could request reimbursement for the expenses related to that container, and all other reimbursements would be done monthly. If reimbursement basis for one reason or another is just not an option, then they will attempt to have any contractors provide invoices, so do the work, invoice it, and then the city will pay the amounts on those invoices. And only if there is no other option would any funds be advanced. Those advanced funds would be based on detailed quotes. They would have to provide documentation of any amounts before they were dispersed. The reporting requirements. Until the project is fully operational, they would have to provide a monthly progress report within 7 days of the end of each month. They would have to provide a quarterly data report within 15 days of each calendar quarter, and that would start probably with the July report of 2026, so after the first 6 months when they finally opened. They would have to provide a semi-annual program report within 15 days of the end of each half of the calendar year, and an annual program presentation each February. And that would start potentially in 2026, but most likely 2027. It kind of depends on where they're at with status with the project. And then at the expiration of the agreement, they would have to provide a final report, including data, program narrative, and another presentation to kind of sum up what the city's investment yielded. The city would be providing forms to be used for all reporting, so we would make sure we're getting the information and that they're answering the questions that we're asking. One of the questions is, what happens, what does it take for this project to fail? And we don't want to think about that, but we need to make sure that it's covered. Material breaches would be any intentional acts or omissions that jeopardize the health, safety, or security of any person, misuse of funds, intentional falsification of records, any warranty, representation, or statement made or furnished that's false or misleading at the time it was made or becomes false at any future date, malfeasance by either party's officers, agents, or employees, failure to make any payments for taxes or insurance or any other payment necessary to prevent the filing of or affect discharge of any lien. And then these are probably the ones that are more of interest to you as the council. Intentional refusal to comply with the provisions of this agreement. So if they say, no, we're not going to do this thing that we agreed to, that's material breach. Failure to meet operational timeline requirements, and discontinuation of homeless services for a period of 10 consecutive days or an aggregate of 10 days within any 30-day period. And discontinuation of homeless services is only a material breach if it's not caused by an emergency outside of their control. You'll notice in the contract in section, find my numbers here, Section 10C, there's the force majeure clause, which basically says if it's an emergency outside of their control, they're not responsible for that. So the COVID-19 pandemic, whenever the state came and shut everything down, that would be an example of a time where they can't do anything about that. It's not their issue. And then they'll get up and running again as soon as possible. But what do we mean by homeless services? These are the items that are outlined in the grant agreement as homeless services. Low barrier for entry, access to shelter and services, the on-site or adjacent site or easily accessible services we've talked about a couple of times already. And those services are to be provided by licensed certified substance and mental health providers, and there has to be formal service agreements that include requirements for background checks of those providing direct services. The shelter capacity would have to be 150 and ADA and related law compliant. It would have to be staffed at all times, provide access for emergency services, provide all of the things that they've talked about doing. The dwelling units, the enclosed intake and storage, controlled entry and exit, restroom facilities, trash receptacles, hand washing stations, potable water, lighting, pet areas, and parking. They would also have to provide video monitoring and recording systems that cover the common areas and public property outside of the controlled exit and entry. If they can't do that, the remedies are we can provide them with notice and a period to cure, so we can require them to fix it. We could potentially reduce, withhold, or cancel unexpended payments, require repayment of a portion of the award that they received, or require additional work at their expense to meet the requirements that they've agreed to. Worst case scenario is we could terminate the agreement, and if that were to happen, we could require funds that they have received to be immediately repaid plus 9% per annum interest from the point of the funding distribution, and or exercise the option to purchase the property for $1. And those are those additional documents that are attached to the grant agreement. So the promissory note, the restrictive covenant and option to purchase, and the deed of trust would all support those in the event of termination. The next steps in this process would be to issue a notice of intent to award. That's what's on your agenda today. From there, we have a 7-day protest period, and then following that protest period, there could be a grant agreement execution, and then at the appropriate times, we would receive the promissory note, restrictive covenant, and deed of trust. The cost implications, $1,179,000. We've talked before about your revenue source options, the general fund, the land and buildings fund. We did have one additional potential funding source that has come to light in the past month or two, I think, of using opioid settlement funds, because those can be used for infrastructure related to providing support and services for those facing addiction. Thank you. My voice getting scratchy again. I would note there is no commitment from the city beyond the amount of the grant for capital expenses. We are not committing to any ongoing financial relationship. Staff's recommendation as far as revenue sources would be to take half of the funding from the Land and Buildings Fund. There's already sufficient unallocated funds that we could use there without much issue, and take half from the opioid settlement funds. Neither has the ability to assume all of this revenue source, but the other two options are less favorable for the city. So half from Land and Buildings and half from the opioid settlement dollars. And with that, your call to action is today, November 19th of 2025, and your options would be to approve the resolution issuing the notice of the intent to award and executing the revised grant agreement following the protest with the source of funding as, and I left it as a blank because I'll let you fill in that blank hopefully. Or your alternative would be to reject all proposals, cancel the RFP, and make a finding that it's in the city's best interest to do so, and then schedule a discussion of alternative options. So with that, I'll open questions and go from there.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Dr. Scott. Thank you, Bernie. I'm going to bring it back to council for questions. I am going to remind council that we want to pose in a dutiful, professional manner and make an example for our audience to abide by as we go forward. And this is just a heated topic. I just want to remember that, you know, we're all adults and professionals up here, so let's act like it. With that, I'll bring it back for questions. Rob?
Yeah, I have a question for Stephanie. So, council's had a number of emails that are concerned, or that a number of the emails stated that people are against this project unless there was mandatory drug testing. I mean, that was a common theme in virtually every email that was against this project, mandatory drug testing. So I want to ask a question about, on page 3 of the agreement, or page 160 of the packet, section 5, homeless services. I don't know if you need to bring that up, or you probably have committed to memory at this point.
I have a hard copy.
Okay.
There are too many documents. I used hard copy today.
Well, it says, grantees shall at all times ensure that access to the shelter and services meets all applicable requirements to be deemed low barrier for entry. So would the city be allowed to demand mandatory drug testing and still have it be considered a low barrier to entry shelter as per what the court has demanded of us?
Very unlikely. I believe that one of the definitions is you can come to the sites intoxicated. You just, as long as you're not violating the rules and you're still safe to be around the other people, they can't turn you away.
Okay, so if we made a requirement that Elk Island did, or meant, did mandatory drug testing, and the state when you say very unlikely, the state frowns on that, then what happens if we demanded that and the state doesn't like it?
If we have to ensure that we have low barrier capacity, otherwise we have to make sure that we're providing space, we will still need to provide space, which means we wouldn't be able to close the resting sites unless we're sure that the alternative is low barrier.
Okay, so if we demanded that there was mandatory drug testing at these sites, like many of the public want to see, then we would probably end up with keeping our existing sites. Is that, am I hearing that right?
Probably. We don't have a formal definition in the state for low barrier yet. I know, if I remember correctly, one of the new pieces of legislation that's hitting for 2026 requires that a definition be developed, but because there's not really a solid definition that everyone agrees on, we can't guarantee that. But at least from the things I've read, I don't think that drug testing and turning people away if they're under the influence or if they've got drugs on board is going to ever be considered will ever be considered low barrier.
So as a follow-up to that, it's the same, a similar question. So when we have low barrier to enter, okay, so someone enters, does that mean 3 days later you could drug test them? Or what do we have? I would imagine that we don't have any legal ruling on that statewide, but is there any point at which you would be confident or comfortable that drug testing would be would still keep us in compliance with the court order that we currently have?
Not a blanket drug testing requirement. I would struggle with that being low barrier.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Kathleen?
Well, just to follow up on that, I thought that low barrier was just for entry, and then once they decided to come in for program or stay an extended time, then there would be, to make sure there's no drugs on the premises, that people weren't just coming in and out, that there could be possibly drug testing.
It's unclear where the lines are at this point. That's the problem. So likely eventually, yes, you can have more and more restrictive the further they go, but we don't know what those parameters are. So if the city's intention is to be able to close the resting sites, we need it low barrier as long as possible in order to ensure that. That doesn't mean that people have the right to commit offenses or be out of control. It just means that just because someone's under the influence doesn't mean they can't come onto the property. They can't have substances on the property, but they can't, they wouldn't be turned away just because they had used elsewhere.
Further questions? I have Seth?
Yeah, so this is a 5-year agreement. Is there any plans beyond that? What happens after the 5 years?
The agreement would terminate, so there would be no longer the possibility that we could take the property or require repayment of that. I think any plans beyond that would be a question for the applicant to address.
Okay. I do have another question for the applicant, and maybe you can answer this too in there. But you mentioned there's the phase 1, and I don't think you talked about phase 2. Maybe you did, maybe I missed it. I don't know. Can you touch base on what phase 2 looks like? And actually, I don't know if you can respond to that, after the 5 years is up, what's kind of the plan?
Yeah, the main road, the emergency road has to be back in. That's in phase 1. The bathrooms are in phase 1. Almost everything's in phase 1 you see on the plan, except for the connexes. There's, I forgot the number, 5. Two at the back of where the, at the back of the 218 and 220 lots are. So there'd be 5 connexes, 40-foot connexes that will be part of phase 2. Phase 2 then, those units would be bigger. Those will go back to our plan that we had 3 units in each connex. So those will actually be a little bit bigger in case there's other medical use for those or whatever. But that's phase 2. And then as far as the 5 years, our plan is to continue this as long as we need to. And then, the Grants Pass will have 150 or 190 total beds for people that, we're in this situation in our country, where people can't afford whole houses sometimes. And so they get caught. So there would still be some kind of transitional housing after the 5 years.
Further questions? I have Eric, and then Kathleen, and then Rob, and then Indra. So Eric first, please.
Thank you. Mr. Woodward, I had a question for you in terms of HB 3115. You had mentioned that this facilities within HB 3115, it meets the standards. I guess the question is, you have 2 people per room, and those rooms are 8 by 8 foot, correct?
They're 9.5 by 8 feet.
9.5 by 8 feet, and you have 2 people per room, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that being said, with the 2 people in there, what is the standard for HB 3115?
I don't know. This is just what we put into the local building code. From my understanding, that whatever we do the modification to the transitional housing code, that those kind of things can go into that transitional housing code. What size units we're going to have in there, what size the city has in there. So I think that they will address that. I don't have that information right now.
Well, I believe the standards out here at the temporary resting sites, correct me if I'm wrong, is 1 person per 8 feet because of the tent
Yeah,
usage.
Those are completely different. Tent sites are different than what we're talking about. We're talking about shelter where people are coming in. You see a lot of congregate housing out there. Like up in Roseburg, we have the Navigation Center where people are like side by side. They're within 2 feet of each other, every bed is. And so those congregate under emergency housing, they can be more congregate kind of housing. When you're talking about tent camps, yeah, I don't know if there's a state law on that or not. We have the same thing on our camps, that we don't want people to have over an 8 by 8 tent in our area. And then there has to be a certain width of a 4-foot space between each tent space. And so I think that's something, Counselor, that we have to address through the transitional housing code of what size we have. But it's unknown to me right now, to be honest with you. I just, we're trying to put together the best package we have that we can get into. And I know I've gone through a lot of congregate housing. And this one, we're not really congregate housing. We're actually putting a framed wall in between 2 units that's fireproof. So we only have, the liability is only 2 people at a time, where in congregate housing under emergency housing, there could be 30 people in 1 room. So that's something I think we can work through, at least I think, we can work through with staff to find out exactly what we can do. Because if we need to expand its size and then go on into the phase 2 area, those 5 connexes or add more, there's empty space. And we can figure that out.
Does anybody on the staff know about HB 3115 rules in terms of putting 2 people together in a small room?
I don't believe there's any reference in the law created by H115 that would address that. There's no specific requirements. All that 3115 says is that if the city is going to restrict it on public property, then it has to be reasonable in light of for a person's experiencing homelessness. There's no actual parameters for that, which is actually part of the problem of it.
Thank you. I had another question in terms of individuals that just don't want to, we've got limited with space, right? 150 people at least. What are we going to do about the individuals that refuse to share a bed with or share a room with somebody else, and now we have multiple people because a lot of them might be drug addicted or have substance abuse problems, and they just maybe refuse to comply? What's going to happen in that case where it's a majority of individuals that have this issue? Where are we going to fit them? Where are they going to be fit?
Well, we kind of have 2 issues. One issue we have is what do we do to comply with the court order? And that's kind of what I looked at the RFP for. What do we need to do to comply with that court order? And that's provide 150 beds. And we're providing 160 in phase 1. Counselor, there's going to be a lot of unknowns here. There's going to be people that might camp along fence rows that are using drugs that's never going to come here. That's never going to come into our site. They're going to start all kinds of stuff verbally about our site, of all these things that we make them do. It's going to happen. But that's where our relationship, this has to be, although
it's you guys' money getting it started. It's like, and I think I've asked Stephanie this question before, is will the police enforce no camping laws and vagrancy laws and all those to all those other people and point them towards us as the location that the city has approved? And then when they don't go, when you've done everything you can do, and we've done all, as three parties have done everything we can do to create that bed space for them, and they don't want to go, that's out of my hands. I think it's into the police hands. If they go back out and they camp in the street, or they camp in the park, or they come down here and camp in front of somebody's commercial building, I think it gives teeth to say, you're either being fined or arrested or whatever. That's going to be some more things that the council needs to determine, is what happens to that group of people. And that's a really good conversation to have. But I don't have all of the answers. What I have is, I know we can provide these that we've got up on the screen, and we can do this. But how we deal with some of those other things, those are conversations that we all have to have, and I hope that we get open enough that we can do that. Like, one example is Park Watch down here. I watch a lot of the posts on there. They try to keep the parks clean. We hope to reach out, and we have reached out to them. What can we do to help them, survey or surveil the parks and make sure maybe people from our camps are not going in there. I know we need the same thing with the commercial areas. I don't know how many people have a commercial building downtown here, but it's like, how can we, keep them more into our area instead of walking around downtown? And that's going to be to try to make it where it's as amenable as possible to them and pleasing as possible where they want to be there. There may be a lot of people that only want to be in one bed. But the choice, they're going to have a choice. There's got to be a line in the sand somewhere. Like, you either choose a bed or you choose going out into the city, and the city police have to deal with that issue.
Well, I hope we can work that out, because it's very important. The other thing is, obviously I spoke to the drug addicted individuals that have substance abuse problems. There's not going to be any type of requirement for them to not be off the drugs. So what's going to happen? Inside, I guess they're going to have that requirement, correct?
Yes.
So what's going to happen when it's time to get off of the campus, or whatever we're calling it?
Village. I think village.
I think village is what you said, yes. What's going to happen when they get off and they go use their drugs in the parks? You mentioned Park Watch. What's going to happen when Riverside Park, right next door there, gets just overflowing with needles, drug paraphernalia, everything else, after they had just cleaned it up? That was a big concern that we've received in our emails.
Absolutely concerning to me. If you watch what I do in my world, it's nothing but fight for parks. And, I want to do the same thing here. It's like, I fought against syringes in parks. I fought against things being handed out in parks. I fought against camping in parks. It's fight about it. It's trying to find a way to be as attractive as possible for them to make a choice, because we can't force them to make a choice. I wish I could, and I think we all wish we could, but I think we could. I don't have a problem with amendments to this contract. It's like, if we find that, if Stephanie does some research, or whomever does some research and says, hey, in 3 months, this is what we can do. We can test people for drugs. That we add that in there. And, I don't think, although we want it as black and white as possible to start with, I would like to have it that we have a relationship to make changes. If you guys come and say, hey, what do we do here, like you on this, it's like, you might be the guy that says, hey, I want to be that part of it. I want to investigate this. I want to find out what we can do with the drug and alcohol testing. And you find the answers and bring them to us, and we're going to implement them. Our goal here is to please the city and to
get the things that we need to get back and to make each one of you guys happy. Not happy just to vote. We want to make this happy, where we have a solution that's solving some things for our commercial owners around here, so that we don't have people walking down the street down in this area by the city hall. And, we don't have people walking in the park. Let's just, it needs to be looked at as a continued work in process, but at least it's a start that we're moving forward. And I would welcome you to work, as we create this thing more, is be involved and come down and say, Bernie, here, I think we can do this. Or talk to Mint and say, I think we can do this. And I'm an open arms guy. It's like, what do you want to do? Let's get it done. So that's an invitation to you. It's an invitation to Stephanie to put an amendment on the contract that that if something changes, that we can get more strict requirements. Let's implement it.
And, well, as far as, you're from Roseburg, right, with the issues that they're having up there, similar things. Are you able to expand on the lawsuit that's happening up there in terms of with the city, or are you able to talk more about what's going on there? I mean, why it's happening?
Probably. I don't know how much time everybody has. I mean, it's 15 years for me.
A quick synopsis, I guess.
Quick synopsis is the city, we bought into waterfront development plan that's been wanted by the city council for 6 decades, since the 60s. They've done study after study about how Roseburg downtown needs to connect to the parks. And so they've also done others, so the waterfront master plan, the city master plan, the economic master plan, all of them talked about downtown connecting to the riverfront. We went in, me and Richard, Elk Island Trading Group, and since 2014 when we were formed, we purchased 14 total properties, which includes a 22-acre island. All of this was based upon our dream of the vision of the city of Roseburg. But as soon as we bought all these properties, because we have an issue with the mayor, because he could not find a place to find a campground, and we found 3 of them, and we started 3 of them, they started planting all these homeless people against our property. And you can see it in the news review yesterday, the day before, postings out there all over where they're parking all of the homeless people in Deer Creek Park, right next to our property that we were using to try to make money. And so here, that's why as people that have commercial properties in here and residential properties and they want to use their parks, and you guys, I am the guy that's been fighting for that kind of thing for years in Roseburg. Because I believe people that buy a commercial property based upon a city having an investment or a vision and a master plan that's signed, I think we should be able to invest in properties and believe that the city will go forward with those things. The city of Roseburg didn't. Instead, they got mad, and the mayor, and because I called him out on several things, and I don't know how long we go here, but $5 million went into the navigation center, and right now people are warehoused in there. And no matter what they call it, when they're warehoused with 30 people inside and they've got a 300-person waiting list, it's warehousing. It's not moving people through to get them help. And I've pulled that out, I've complained about it, and now there's even an investigation by the Ethics Commission. This thing just kind of goes out like this, about how the Homeless Commission that was put in charge, you guys don't have one, probably thank God, you're making the decisions yourself. But the Homeless Commission was steering things towards at least one person, if not more. And I was calling those things out because they were steering that, taking the money, and doing these things, and not fixing the homeless problem or trying to even find a solution. So one part of our suit is for damages because our properties have been devalued. It's called taking. Our properties have been devalued for months, if not years. When we look at the value, they're like going like this. Even right now as I stand here, probably today, $5,000 or so down in values from properties. And then the other thing they did, the other part of that was in 1961, our property signed an easement for the Washington Street Bridge. And that easement, the city has violated time and time again, not allowing us to use our properties as that easement says. And I think I brought that up in the interview, that would any of you, if you give an easement to somebody across your property, and they just take and do the taking part, and they don't give back what they said they would you like that at all? And I don't think anybody would, and so that's why we're suing the city right now. Whether that suit will last very much longer or not, I don't know. But we're at least trying to get our day in court that, you know, an easement that was breached and the city not doing what they said, and the fact that they've actively, again, if you read the newspaper from the news review yesterday, you'll see things in there where even the news review checked it out, and they've actively cleaned under time, place, and manner all the other parks in town, but they've shoved them into Deer Creek Park next to ours. I mean, you got to stand up for yourself, just like I hope all of you guys would too.
If you had a disagreement with the city of Grants Pass, would you do the same?
No, I don't. I'm coming here to build 150 places and secure those for homeless people. I don't think there's anybody in my life I've confronted that didn't confront me first. But when I'm confronted and somebody doesn't do what they say they're going to do, you know, I believe as a human and an American, I have a right to stand up and voice my opinion. And sometimes that's in court. I love, right now, I mean, I'm not saying something can't change tomorrow, and that's why the question. But I'm loving the way Grants Pass is. I mean, I'm loving the way you guys all speak. You ask questions. I see other councils across this country that are so intimidated by a mayor or a city manager that they won't even speak their minds. You guys, even though you disagree at times, you speak your minds. And so I don't see a problem with Grants Pass. I'm going to come here and build these things within 6 months, and we're going to all be out of a lot of the problems, and we're going to continue to manage it and work with Mint. And then we're going to try to graduate that even into working with guys like Connor that wants to do more transitional housing outside of the area, so that some of these people that are in these, and even pathways, if they're available to work with, that we're able to transition some of the people out of this location into theirs, and into some place that Connor may decide to build out. Because I think there's going to need to be more transitional type housing, not just a bed. And so we create those beds for those people that need actual housing. But no, right now, when I drive down I-5 to talk to you guys, and I know some of you don't like me, I can't help that for now. You know,
Bernie, I want to thank you for your comments. I don't want to cut you off, but we do have a lot more questions, and I think we're kind of getting into a little bit more story time here. So no, you're going to stay right there because we do have more questions, but if I could cut you off a little bit and allow us to have some more questions, that would be great to continue on. Eric, are you satisfied for a moment? I'm good right now. Okay, let's let somebody else, and we got Kathleen, Rob, Indra, and Joel, and I'll go with Kathleen, and then Victoria.
So Bernie, your company, Measure 37 Development, Inc., is going to be doing the development?
They're doing most of it. There's most of the renovations of the connexes.
Okay. And it was unclear to me that is labor included in the line item costs that you presented?
Everything's included.
Okay. So on the application, it states that if prevailing wage or public contracting rules are triggered, parties will comply and amend this MOU as needed. Could you explain comply and amend for me?
Again, I like that question also, because I don't believe any of the other applicants understand what prevailing wage is about. And I've learned it sometimes in a bad way along the way, but mostly when government funds are used, and I believe, and Stephanie will probably answer this more, when government funds are used on grants, sometimes there's a requirement to pay prevailing wage to anybody that participates in that job. So that's one of the reasons I like working on these kind of jobs myself, when they're time limited or sensitive,
is to be able to push the people that are on that to get it done as quickly as possible. So we have less liability if there is prevailing wages involved. Some of the things, like the pathways application. The pathways application on a county building would have immediately kicked in the prevailing wage law, where even if the funds that are coming from the city were not subject to prevailing wage, being done on the building itself owned by the county, that would have kicked prevailing wage. It would not only kick the prevailing wage in where that had to be paid, but it would have also made it where every building that was touched on that project would have to become code compliant to whatever today's codes are. And so there was some real serious issues there. That's why we're staying away from the mint buildings. On this, as far as renovation, we're just doing our connexes, we're doing the toilets. From my conversation with Stephanie, she didn't believe this would be a prevailing wage job. But if we were on, and the other way would be as if we were on city property. If the city owned this project, if they owned the property itself, it would have to be a prevailing wage. But since it's going to be private ownership, it doesn't have to be prevailing wage.
And you don't foresee that and costs being increased through that?
I do not. I think I got explanation from the city attorney on that. And since it's on private property, not city, not county, that we're good to go.
Thank you. Further questions, Rob?
I actually had, they were for Stephanie. We touched on, I guess Bernie touched on the possibility of, let's say there was ever clarity on when drug testing ever became clearly legal in a low barrier situation, which you've already said you don't believe it is right now. But if that ever changed, is there, I read this really thoroughly last night, but I didn't really see anything about what the protocol would be for amendments. So, and the second,
Amendments are covered by Section 17. It says no amendment or modification to the agreement will be effective unless it's executed in writing and signed by both parties. So all it would take is a document signed by both sides to make an amendment.
Okay, so, which gets me back to, again, on page 3 or 160 in the packet, Section 5D, when it says grantee shall establish shelter capacity for 150 individuals and shall not provide less capacity during the term of the agreement. So we've got really two issues that run concurrently for the first year, because we have a 5-year term between the city and the recipient of the grant, but we also have a 1-year situation with, I believe, our settlement with the DRO that said we had to have 150 people for 1 year. So how do do you necessarily believe that we have to have 150 people beyond that first year? Because that's actually what motivated us to even do this, was the DRO settlement. But that's for 1 year, not 5.
The DRO settlement was based on what Judge McLaughlin had said in her order, which was that the reasonable number for the city to have was 150. That order doesn't really change. That guidance doesn't really change, at least not just because the 1-year term with DRO expires. So I think that at least as a baseline, that is reasonable. That being said, if circumstances change where maybe that fewer is appropriate, we could potentially reduce it if it looks like it would be justified, and we could have it supported if we were to be challenged on it.
So meaning that there was, say, consistently for a 3-month or 6-month period, or maybe you have to go through the winter to know if there was only 100 beds typically used for this, we could potentially go back to the court and say, can we adjust this? Or how would that be adjusted down if we didn't? The reason I ask is that, when I've talked to law enforcement or some of our senior staff, many of them feel that of the current group of homeless that are in our camps now, they feel that maybe 50% might seek a place that actually has rules. In other words, we might not get a huge demand for a place with rules. And if that were the case, if we found that we only needed 100 beds, a year from now, it just seems like for 5 years to demand the 150, it may not make sense, especially if Mint had a better use for those beds. So I'm just wondering, again, how
I don't
you
think-
foresee that being adjusted.
I don't think we would need to go back to the court on that, because we're not under a court order that says you have to provide it. There's an order that says that this was reasonable at that time, so using it as a baseline is reasonable. But going forward, if we're finding that the shelter site is only at half capacity at any given time, then we could look at only requiring 100 beds and shifting it down. Worst case scenario, we get challenged on that, we provide our support of saying, we were told this, but it wasn't being used, so therefore it was reasonable. And I would be willing to make that argument to the courts.
Thank you.
I think that goes back to the definition, just to clarify it for myself, is that goes back to the definition of the state statute HB 3115, which has not been defined, reasonably objective term has not been defined until we actually went through a court case, which then we have a judicial ruling on how to vaguely define that. And so realistically, like you said, it's not a court order, but it was the only way that that law in our certain case could actually be defined. The objectively reasonable was actually defined as 150 and
that was based
complaint.
on previous offerings, and that
Correct.
was based on pit counts and things like that. If those things change, we could make an argument that our number shouldn't be 150 anymore.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Further questions, I have Indra, Joel, and Victoria. Indra?
Yes, Bernie, thanks for standing in the hot seat tonight.
Hello.
So you mentioned the two phases. Phase one, are you looking to complete that before people start moving in, or can people start moving in as you put containers up?
Well, we were kind of talking about that earlier today too. It's like, at least as phase one, if we contain, we've already got 4 containers out there at the Mint facility, which could be renovated. And if those could be slid over, whatever that, for 32 people, if we get up to a certain point that we say, hey, we can have this many units in place where people can be there, and we look at one of the camps and say, oh, this camp only has 35 people or whatever, that's a random number, but it has 35 people in it, can we close, would that camp be able to be closed and come over into our facility that's only partially built? And then, but I think the fire chief's gonna come back on that about, is the road completed? And, the emergency road and things like that, so some of that has to be done.
And that's one of the terms in the contract. It does, it's section 8C. It says grantee may begin opening shelter space upon approval from city staff. So when city staff is confident that it meets requirements, if he's only got a quarter of the shelter space available, he can start there and add on to it as long as the 150 is reached by the end of the 6 months. So he could do a phased rollout.
So it seems like the road would be a pretty early thing to start on, perhaps, with that.
It is.
And have you talked about, and what is your goal of starting to move people in? Do we have any idea of when that might start happening?
Once I have commitment from the council, I'll be able to get some real schedules together.
Okay.
Because then I'm not looking at, okay, what does everybody need? But like, okay, here's what we have. The council's supporting this. Let's go start getting done. And then I can get I'll be contacting Stephanie and keeping her, in contact with what we plan on doing. Because I would like, of course, to get it done as quickly as possible, but I don't want to make promises to you guys right now that I can't keep, but what my goal is to make you guys happier than, later. Don't raise that bar up. I don't want to raise the bar up so high I can't get over it. I want to get way over it. And everybody said, well, we got this done, and we all worked as a team to get it done.
Okay. And then we talked about low barrier. We need to have the low barrier, but I'm assuming there's nothing to prevent having voluntary drug testing for incentives for people to work in the thrift shop or something. I don't know what those incentives would be, but that would be a possibility to have in the village, right, Stephanie?
As long as things are voluntary, I think you're safe with that. It's when you start making things mandatory that we run into the hurdle of low barrier.
Okay. And then Chief Hensman, Will you, once our shelter is started, will you enforce and your officers the no camping ordinances in our city?
Yes.
And then,
And
yes.
I would note that that is actually a provision in the contract as well. That was something that Elk Island asked for, that the city shall reasonably enforce city ordinances and direct homeless individuals to available low-barrier shelter accommodations. So we are committing to doing that as a city.
Great. And we have approved, as you know, and we're happy to, additional police officers. So is there the possibility that at least while this is getting off the ground and there might be some chaos at first, that we would have more patrols there?
So to answer your question, we already do an inordinate amount of patrols. We're already overwhelmed by this resting 5, 6, and 7 that we have out front. As an example, our folks were over there just the other day. We're getting ready to move people from resting 5 over to the overflow lot on track, and 1 meth pipe yielded 3 arrests. So my guys are pretty busy, and we'll continue to be very busy, and we're happy to do so.
Okay, and just one more, you touched on moving people in groups. So have you talked about how exactly you are going to move people? Is it going to be a group at a time? Are people going to volunteer to go in first? How's that going to work?
So our goal is, again, as soon as we get to an understanding, is like start a flyer and start getting people that are already involved with talking to the homeless people. You know, do you guys want to sign on? And, you know, start getting them to sign up now. And so that, you know, give them the incentive that if they sign now, they'll for sure get a spot. You know, if they don't sign before 150 other people, they may not have a spot. And so then they're having to deal with whatever the city ordinance are. And so that's kind of what we've talked about right now of, okay, let's start getting out in the camps and start handing out flyers about what our project looks like when we totally get to a final that staff has approved. And then, you know, just write it up. The other incentive that we want, talking about incentives real quick, is one of the incentives we want to offer is we're going to keep your bed safe incentive for people that are on drugs that will agree to go to a detox and a 30-day program or whatever, that will have a place available for them when they come back. That a lot of people worry about, okay, I'm going to lose all my stuff. I'm going to, you know, if I go into detox or I go try to get help. But we want to say, okay, we're going to lock up your bed right there. And when you get through the program, that's going to be there for you when you come back. You're going to have your home. You don't have to go back to parks.
And you're going to use your partners to go out and recommend people to start coming in to the village. Thank you.
Further questions? I got Joel and then Victoria. Joel?
Actually, I don't have a question. I've been at this for 5 years, and a lot of the questions I hear, and I don't want to be negative, but a lot of them are either on the periphery or not to the point of being legal, economic, and physically possible. And this is a good thing. These camps next door are not. This is a simple, we need to follow the process. We've followed the process. And unfortunately, it didn't turn out the way some folks wanted it to turn out because they couldn't find their land. But things happen, and we got to be legal. We're a city and a government. And I'm not asking a question. I'm just had too much caffeine, and I'm ready. And I'm ready to make a motion. So.
And Joel, wouldn't you think?
Yes, wouldn't you think?
There you go.
That's my question. Wouldn't you think?
Victoria?
So you are the contractor?
Well, we're the owner, and then we have another business that's going to be the contractor, and I will be working for it. I do wear a lot of hats. This is a project that's bid really tight. There's no doubt about it, and the more things that we add to it, the more bells and whistles we're getting up there. You know, it's a tight budget, and so it's going to take hitting the job running, and that's what I do.
Well, in the overages, then, how are those going to be accomplished and paid for when it goes over? You said there's lots of bells and whistles.
Well, let's hope that it doesn't go over, but at the same time, we have several of our properties up for sale in Roseburg that we may be selling all of them. All of our waterfront properties, because they're just, the value's going down. We don't have a city that's working with us. So somebody else might have to pick up that vision up there later and try to put all those pieces back together. I just don't know right now, but we do have them for sale, and there's a lot, it's substantial.
I wasn't talking about your Roseburg properties.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that that's where some money comes from. We have other private donors also that would help if we don't cover it, those kind of things. Well, you have to really talk about other properties because that's the financial wherewithal of somebody, you know. If we didn't have anything to draw from, then, you know, it could be a danger. It's like, can that really be done or not? And then you start looking at all of those reasons for termination. I don't think we have a problem with getting this project done.
So so that just brings up a new question for me. So if you go over budget, you are looking to sell properties in Roseburg to put into this project?
I'm looking to sell properties in Roseburg right now anyway to do the best thing for our company. So so I don't even know how to really answer that, but yes, we're going to cover the cost if this does go over. And again, I don't believe that it will, but if it does, we will cover the cost. We're not coming back to the city for more money. That would be a violation, and if it's not in there, it probably should be in that contract. That if we come back and ask for more money, that it's a violation. So we're tied into it, and I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
It gives me more incentive to get things done quicker.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the property, when I was looking, and hold on, I have a couple more questions, but this might be for Stephanie. On page 153 through 155, the purchase and sale agreement, there are two properties listed, and I was confused about that. I know that one is Mint's property and one is the one that is going to be purchased. But I want to know what the relationship between those two properties are. Oh, thank you.
I think you need to state that that's what the document you're asking about.
Oh, yes, I'm talking about the purchase and sales agreement, yes.
Yes, okay, so you're talking about paren 4, the assignment of interest section in particular?
Now I don't, I just wrote it in some notes. So there's a purchase and sales agreement. There are two properties listed. One is at 210 Rogue River Highway and one is 218.
Okay.
I believe Mint
Yes.
owns 218.
So the way that this is written is it says that this is, the parcel that's being sold is 210.
Right.
What paragraph 4, that assignment of interest section, which is the one that references 218, that reads that the purchase represents an assignment of all interests held by Mint, and then provides Mint's address, which is the 218. So it's basically just saying that the interest held by Mint to the 210 property is being transferred over to Elk Island. Because my understanding is that Mint has permission from Bi-Mart to use that 210 property for its purposes, and so this would allow that to be transferred over. So it would take that away.
So we would need to know that that's so, not just that.
Bi-Mart is selling the property to Elk Island and all the rights that go with that, is what this agreement says.
Okay, so is your village contingent upon having the space of the Mint property and the property that is going to be sold to you by Bi-Mart? Do you need both properties to accommodate all of the services that the parameters of the grant say?
Yes,
you
we
need
had to create an emergency access to the back of their property because there was not one. And so what we looked at was, since we're doing this, let's go ahead and create the whole turnaround there. So that opened up the phase 2 development of putting connexes along the Mint property. So the driveway
which is pretty substantial. It'll be built in phase 1, but the connexes on 218 and 220 will not.
Okay, thank you.
And
So-
Counselor, if I might also, they do have a signed reciprocal access and use agreement so that both properties can be used for this project. That's already been executed.
Thank you. So, you, when you were here last time, I asked you, are you planning to move to Grants Pass? And so my question here is, what is your plan for, because this is supposed to be a 5-year project, what are your plans for year 1, year 2, year 3, 4?
Well, usually I spend my summers painting and restoring outsides of Eugene School District buildings. For some reason this year I didn't get that contract. And I think it's because, you know, in some way I was meant to be down here and know what's going on here. When I did those, like South Eugene High School, and we complete.
Well, I just want to know what your plans are year to year for this project.
Is just continue with it. You know, I'm only an hour away. I could drive an hour here. It's no problem. I drive hours, all kinds of other places to manage it and make sure it's done right.
Okay.
While it's being built, I'll be here to get this thing done. But after we're built up and we're just securing it, and we're basically having the security on it and making sure the management of people coming in go to their beds or whatever, and then we hand it to Mint, there'll be a lot less work for me to do unless we're on some other project in town, which we may be.
Okay, so you say hand it over to Mint. So one of the issues that I had the last time when you came for the interview. Oh, go
I
ahead.
want to clarify that. I didn't mean hand it over to Mint. I mean, after the people are in bed, then Mint handles that part. Once we're built out and all we're doing is taking care of the security, all it will be is 1 or 2 people staying there 24/7 to make sure it's secured, and we'll still be doing that.
Who are the people who are going to be staying there 24/7?
Yeah, our people will be there 24/7. Whoever will be there
Who are
handling
those
security.
people? I didn't see in the application the staffing for the 24/7 monitoring of the site. So that was my next question. Who is staffing the 24/7 monitoring of the site?
We'll be hiring people qualified to do that work,
Okay, and that is
that
in
meet
the...
all of the qualifications in the contract.
Okay, and you
The
had
CPR training,
did you have a line item for staffing?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Staffing is not an acceptable grant expense.
Right, okay, that's, all right, thank you. So, okay, so the money for the staffing, has that been addressed in the plan? Even though that's not a part of our
No,
grant?
there's no money for staffing in this RFP.
Not
You
in our
can't put money in
RFP,
there.
but just in the plan to make it a
In
successful...
our plan, yes. We're working with UCAN on various applications, and we're working on applications with other funders.
Oh, okay. And let's see, have you spoken to the neighbors, the
No, that's-
businesses and the homeowners in the area?
I ate at the cute little Mexican restaurant, talked to those people, but I haven't gone around neighborhoods yet. That's, I think within 60 days, it says on the contract that in the first 60 days, it will go notify the neighbors, and, you know, we'll want them to participate also on what they feel they want out of the encampment or village.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, do we need a motion to go past 9 o'clock?
You're stealing my
we're
thunder.
getting
I was
kinda
going to give
close.
it right to the very last minute. So you guys have 3 minutes to decide whether council wants to proceed past 9 o'clock.
I'd like to make a motion to proceed past 9 o'clock.
Oh, I don't see any seconds. Just kidding. So we have a motion to continue past 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, I'm just a little jokey at this point. There was multiple seconds, so everybody that wants to agree it, give me a thumbs up. We'll do it a little loosey-goosey. Okay. We're good to go. If you guys are good to go past 9 o'clock, great. If not, the door's right there. We're going to continue. Thank you very much. Continue with your conversation, sir.
Will I get a parking ticket out there in the parking lot?
Yeah, because we've identified your car. We're gonna give you a special parking ticket. No, I think you'll be absolutely fine because you got the chief sitting here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So.
Go ahead with your line of questioning.
Thank you. So another question that I asked you last time you were here was, had you, and there wasn't an answer then, but I've done some research into the retrofitting of Connex boxes to make them up to code for a human being to live in them. It was quite a bit more expensive than what you have budgeted for it. Have you done any more research into that?
I have.
Okay.
And I provided in one of the meetings, I provided what the material would be or the plan for it. And I think that's one of the questions we still have to get back is the fire rating. I think that was yours, right? That was fire department. About the fire rating on the insulation material to make sure that it's good to go. There's also various types of paints that can go on, but we want to do insulation because the insulation would create a more soundproof area. It would create a more insulated area for heating and air as we heat and air these things. There's a couple other things, but I don't remember them right now. But we want to do about a ½ inch of insulation on the inside of them.
Yeah, it takes a lot to retrofit a Connex box.
Right, and you were right. Your comment before about condensation. When I went back, there was a lot of comments about condensation of Hastings Village, just north of Roseburg, had to pull out Connexes that they had because of mildew, but they hadn't built them according to what we're talking about building here. And so we just need to be, all aware of that and make sure we get it right.
And I may have misunderstood you or Eric, but I thought that you were making now plans to have 4 people in each Connex box, or is it still just 2?
Now it's 4 units in each 40-foot Connex. Originally, it was 3 units in each 40-foot Connex.
Oh,
We've switched that over to phase 2 and phase 1 to get the quantity of people that we need of beds to get them on that 210 lot. We maxed out those 40-foot units into those 4 per Connex. So that's why we made the change.
Oh, okay. And you have a lot of the amenities that are going to be in each of the Connex boxes. You mentioned this time refrigerators. Before there was also television. Is that a part still of the?
Yeah, on the first time we talked about smart TVs, and I think somebody was on the telephone during that call. I think it was this counselor said it sounded like a great place, and what we've made those as being the smart TVs is optional. Whether we're going to put them in, depending on what the case management is. But the refrigerators are not really optional, and the storage areas are not optional. We have to create that. I've seen that happen before when you have a homeless person and you try to get them to give away everything they have. I mean, these guys are dragging it around, and it's sort of security blankets and everything else. And so we have to create that storage area inside the unit so they can store.
But just the refrigerator and optional TV?
No, the refrigerator is not going to be optional. It'll be in every one of them.
Oh, okay.
The TV only will be optional depending on what their care program is, basically.
Do you have, now these things, this population of people might not be always capable of taking care of the environment that they are in. So do you have plans or like a fund? You're going to have to replace those refrigerators or those televisions, or do you have, what about overall maintenance over time, over the 5 years?
We believe that some of the people will kind of come to the top that'll, kind of volunteer around to do part of the cleanup. Not all of it, but part of it to keep the place clean. They start really respecting the area that they're in, and so at the same time we have to budget for that also to make sure it's clean. The garbage removal, we'll probably talk to somebody local. Either we have containers there, or we have somebody that wants to come in and make a few bucks every month.
I'm just talking about, do you have a budget over time for the contingency of damages over time?
I do, but I don't have those numbers with me. Those are things that we're like putting in applications with UCAN about keeping the project going.
Okay, so the security, the 24/7 security that you have, is it people, is it cameras, is it both?
It's both. It's, the cameras will go into that, it's not on that one, it's on the plan. There's the very top right unit, I can't see it from here if that's 28 or 38. 28, that's our surveillance area. So all of our cameras around the whole project will go into that unit. And so there'll be monitors there, but there'll also be 24/7 staff there. So that we can accommodate anybody that comes into the facility whenever they're willing.
Okay, and then I think maybe my last question, it's a little bit of the same question, but I'm not sure that it's been answered to my satisfaction. I feel like you're the contractor, that you're building this, but you're not running this. Is that correct?
No, I think I am running it, and I'm the contractor running it. It's my idea, it's my baby, it's my vision, of how we can get to a solution between things. Mint's part is, that they're helping take care of the people that come in there to make sure they have a proper care plan to take care of them, because I'm not qualified for that part. I'm qualified to set it up, make sure, basically to, I think, create a structure is what we're talking about, and I think that's what the city's too. So it's not like it's going to be build and leave. We're there. We're going to make sure this works.
But you don't live here, so you are not.
Okay.
You say you're an hour away, but I mean, a place like this is going to require someone to be there.
Counselor, there's corporations, Bymart's one, Walmart's another. They have all kinds of businesses out there, and they don't show up at their place of business all the time.
Well, but this isn't like, this is a.
Well, what I'm saying is businesses can have somebody there. We'll have employees there to take care of it. Whatever the security is that we need to take care of, and work hand in hand with Mint. Elk Island Trading Group will be there. If you're concerned that we're not going to be. I mean,
I am.
I'm 60 minutes away from here, and even when I'm not down here doing something, I mean, I think staff can talk about any time that they've asked me to do anything, I've been here, and we don't plan on doing anything any different. We're going to make this a success.
Okay. Well, our police department is right across the street from the camps that we must close down, and they are not. There are still major problems. So I still remain very concerned that you are not here, and because an hour away is too far away for a project such as this after it's built.
If that was the case, it should be in the contract.
Okay, are you good with your questioning?
Yeah,
I
guess maybe that was more of a
I'm going to do the
comment.
best I can for you.
Okay.
I'm going to do the best I can for every city council here, to be available.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing a good job of
Counselor,
answering my questions.
I would point to section 5E of the grant agreement. It does require that the grantee shall ensure that the shelter site is staffed at all times. So he would be responsible for making sure that someone representing Elk Island was always there.
Because as you say, it's a village that's going to take care of the village, not just yourself, right?
Okay, explain that again.
It's a village, and it takes a village of people to take care of the village, so you're not going to just be there yourself.
No, I'm not.
You got people. Further questions, I have Kathleen and then Rob. Kathleen?
I guess this is a question for Stephanie. Since Mint's going to be such an integral part of the operations, should they be co-signing this grant contract with Elk Island?
No, what they will be required to do under Section 5C is that Elk Island will have to enter into a formal service agreement with all on-site service providers. So it would be, they have the shelter site, and then they would enter into a specific agreement for what services would be provided at that site. So that agreement would be between Elk Island and Mint. one of the reasons we don't want it with the city is because then the city is in control of what services are being provided, which
No, I
expands.
understand that part.
It expands
yeah.
our liability.
Yeah, I understand that part. I just was meaning that they're going to be working so much
Yeah.
together.
They have to have a written agreement.
Okay. And maybe just to clarify, Mr. Woodard, we've had a lot of emails, concerns about the property and where it's located. Just to help the public understand, explain your plan to work with neighboring entities addressing community concerns with established complaint processes.
Well, I think if you'll look at our application, we have a letter in there from City Councilor Ellen Porter that's right next to one of our camps up in Roseburg, and she's real clear about the way our camps are run and the way the city's unmanaged camps run. And so we're going, just like the contract says, and Stephanie may know the number, it seems like 60 days, within 60 days or something like that.
30.
30 days? Wow.
30 days after execution of agreement to contact all the neighbors.
So we have to reach out and contact people. And I'm a pretty good contact person. It's like, because I know that by making that relationship with those people around that area, and because I know nobody wants a homeless camp in their backyard, but I want to be able to explain to them what we're doing. And that it's for the betterment of Grants Pass. And so if it's 30 days, within 30 days, we'll reach out to everybody, plus some that we're supposed to.
So besides reaching out to them, will you have an established formal complaint process? Or, because there's obviously going to be them.
I think we're living in a world of online presence, and so we need to have that online presence, and so people can go complain, and then we can respond to it. If it's a medical complaint, then Mint would respond to it. If it's a physical complaint in the building structure or surveillance, then we would respond. But we can create that online presence, and somebody's already been talking about getting that created.
And having a complaint system is also a requirement of the grant agreement. They have to, in a 6I.
Further questions? I have Rob.
Yeah, so Stephanie, getting back, because that was actually what I was going to bring up. When one of the criteria, or one of the requirements rather, is working with neighbors to establish a written plan to address community concerns and establish a complaint process. To me, and again, this it's just a language thing that I think needs to be clarified. When it says working with neighbors, that's a really vague statement, and I think part of how that can be, we'll say, verified, that it's running well, I mean, I would actually like to see a small panel that would include someone from the police department, a city councilor, to be on it, along with Elk Island, and to be like a once-a-month kind of meeting, because otherwise we could have neighbors claiming that they, made complaints, numerous complaints to Elk Island, they didn't do anything, whatever, but they could also make, claims that there was, police didn't show up, or there was police problems. So to me, I'd like to somehow change this or modify it, and maybe it's done tonight, maybe it's done later, but to me, having a police representative on that and a city council representative on that with to essentially help define and document what working with neighbors actually is.
If that's acceptable to Bernie, I can put language together very quickly.
No, everything that we can do that we have groups that are working together, that's what we want. So
yeah,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's just way less possible problems of he said, she said, or whatever. There's witnesses involved, the police department's involved, the council's involved, and that way we know what's actually being done and what working with neighbors is actually, how that's actually defined moving forward, because we'll be doing it as a group or as a team.
So I believe part of your guys' decision tonight is to add modifications or amend the documents presented tonight. So that could be, if council would like to proceed with that, we could add that language, which it sounds like I got a bunch of head nodding there. So I think you have more than one councilor support on that, adding verbiage. Any further questions from council? Eric?
Steps to progression. What is going going to be considered progress? I mean, what is your measure of progress? And is there the potential that, you know, the contract is for 5 years. Is there a potential that there's going to be people there for an entire 5 years? Or, I mean, what's going to be the measure of success? Do we have anything?
Our goal is people being out by 90 days, but what does that mean, I guess? You know, the first measure is a bed, you know, getting them into bed. The second measure is getting a care plan put together that they can go forward with. And then at that point, I think it's more a medical question of what's needed. There's 1, 2, 3, at least 4 different groups of people that we're working with. The first ones are clearly, and I think I've said this before, are clearly people that just want a bus ticket back wherever they came from. And so those people might stay there 1 or 2 nights, and we've got them a bus ticket, and they're heading back to wherever they went. So that success, they're gone, and they've been moved out of the Grants Pass community. Okay, and I'm not forcing anybody out. You know, it's like this is 24/7. Everybody is welcome there to come there. Then we have people that are out there. So many people out there that have a job, but they don't have a place to live. And if they have a bed that they can sleep in at night, so they can accumulate some of their money together where they can get into a place, now that's a success story and they've moved out. Then we have the people with the drug and alcohol addictions. And those are people that we want to get into a program as quickly as possible and tell them they've got a bed back there. And then the disabled people are the ones that when they come in, then we don't know how long they might be there because sometimes it takes a long time for some of these disabled people to get a house or an apartment. And so those are probably going to be our longest term people, those that are disabled, and that's probably shame on all of us somehow. But so everybody has a different time. And, you know, I think those are things that's going to play out maybe in the first 6 months of really operating this. But our goal has to be all together is we're not warehousing people. We're going to refuse to just warehouse people. They have to move on in some kind of program. And that's all I can really say. I can't put that down on numbers right now, Counselor, or I would, because I just don't know until we get started.
Okay, I had some questions from the public that I saw, and one of the big concerns is you know, you'd mentioned the disabled or the mentally handicapped, but there was also, I mean, there's a lot of articles out there that show that a lot of these homeless camps attract sex offenders, all these type of individuals. What are we doing about mitigating that?
We need to talk about that on the House Bill 3115 about who can come in. If we're low barrier, can we do background checks? And I think the answer is probably no. And so we just have to have enough people in our camp that are mature enough to watch things and help us keep eyes on things. Because there's going to be an element of trust to those people out there that raise themselves up that can help watch for things like that. That's something that I think I fought for and from since starting these things. It's like, how do we protect from that? And you may know, there may be something in House Bill 3115 that we can say we can do a background check on those. But I think going to that is where we work together on changes that we can make. This is something we've got started right now, and here's our foundation. But now let's look at it as pliable as we find changes to 3115. Other cities might have them in lawsuits that they have or whatever, or judgments. You know, we might find different ways that we can tweak our system. And maybe we have something in our contract that says if we find something like that we can protect, that we do so. And I would gladly sign that because that's our goal. We want to protect everybody in there. You know, one of the things that we've looked at is maybe having women and kids in one area of it, you know, like a separation of over in one section, there might be women and kids in that area and men in another, but how do you know what a person's background is if you don't do a background check.
Are the roommates going to be separated in terms of gender?
Yes, and so are the toilets. I mean, male and female. It's like, but at the same time, you know, we're not trying to judge against anybody, and I don't know really how to say that. What our goal is, and what our goal has to be at low barrier is, no matter who comes through that gate, we're going to get them a bed. Now, you know, if they say they're male or female, then we put them in those areas. If there's any other terminology that the council wants to go by in the city, you know, feel free to write it up. We will do whatever you instruct us to do, because this is your money making this unique engine move forward. And so I welcome those kind of revisions to this as we go along. And you investigate it and find it out.
We have further questions. I've got Victoria and Seth. Victoria?
Yeah, I'm not sure, it just was going around in my mind, and I don't think you answered this question for me. So could you answer clearly for me? You're a businessman. You're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart, although that's a part of it, it's a motivation. What are you being paid, and where is that line item in the RFP?
I don't know if there is a line item in there. What I'm getting paid is I'm going to solve this thing. And I feel like I have the way to do it. I've heard people speak.
You're not taking a salary. You're doing this for free.
No. I believe fixing this situation is going to be more than Grants Pass. I think once we get done here, and if I may elaborate a little bit, once we get done with what we're doing here and we show a city that wants to work with an entity, and we have wraparound services that we take those.
You're not taking a salary. You are not being paid as a contractor for it.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so your business is just, so Elk Island Trading is just giving in-kind donations, or
Well, I'll be paid for
to me.
probably hours that I work on the project, whatever hours I work to run the job, then I'll be paid.
That's what I was talking
for
about.
that, under the, you know, but so is everybody else that's working there.
Right. But what, and do you,
But not Elk Island Trading
you've
Group.
given no thought into what that is up until now?
I am not. We have to have the agreement to go forward for me to get numbers back on what we think Measure 37 is going to make.
Wouldn't labor, isn't labor the first thing that you think of when you put together a contract as a contractor?
Absolutely. Like the Connex building renovations, there's a certain amount in the contract or in our RFP.
For labor?
Yeah, for labor and materials. So they're all in there. Nobody asked for us to break out prices on those things. Are you asking for us to break out the labor and material prices?
Yeah, I would like to know that. I certainly would. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? I've got Seth.
Yeah, I think this is a question for you, Mayor. Can we move on to public comment? I mean, these people have been sitting here for hours, and it's already 9:20, and some of this information is just redundant.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, the procedure-wise, I have to ask, is there any further questions from council? Okay, seeing none, we will go on to public comment portion of this. So at this time, the public has the ability to weigh in on this topic, specifically this action that the council is presiding over tonight. I would ask the public to be professional and courteous in their statements, as the councilors have shown that they can do. I expect that from you guys as well. There will be no tolerance for outbursts. You do have 2 minutes, and there's a lot of people in here that do want to speak, so I would implore you to be precise and courteous at the same time. So whoever wants to step up first, you're going to have 2 minutes. Please step up to the microphone, state your name, where you live, and then proceed with 2 minutes. So if you either guys want to just step up and talk or sit in the line, it's up to you guys. But public comment for this particular council action item is open at this moment in time. Go ahead, please state your name and where you live, and then proceed. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Colette Burke. I live at 1461 Cameo Court. It's near the Redwood area. Social programs and services are necessary for a society, or in our case, a city, to run. And while these things may not seem advantageous to your aspirations of conservative and family values, these things ultimately matter. Setting up low-barrier homeless shelters ultimately will contribute to a conservative, valuable Christian city. Right? And the reason that I say this is because I have seen a lot of opposition from people who are counselors and people who are in the public who believe that by not providing the ability for these individuals to come up out of that income barrier and to become more responsible citizens of our city, that this is some kind of radical idea, when in reality it is advantageous to your goals. We will create people that want to invest in the future of Grants Pass. We will bring up families that have a hard background but a bright future. And by setting up these kinds of things, by approving these kinds of grants, Grants Pass should pass the grant and move forward with its vision and fix the homelessness crisis. Because that is what Elk Island is trying to do, in spite of them being a private business. And that is what I believe that Grants Pass should do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Phone.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Kobe Giesler, 473 Southwest H Street, Grants Pass, Oregon. I'm here in strong support of awarding the Addressing Homelessness grant to the Elk Island proposal for the development of Parker's Place. Tonight, you have an opportunity to choose real progress. Elk Island has met every requirement the city set forward and is willing, as we've seen here tonight, to work with you guys on any other concerns you have. Property control, operational planning, safety, service partnerships, and long-term sustainability. These are all very important. They have come back to you with a lawful, humane, and accountable plan that aligns with the city's RFP, with HB 3115, and with the current injunction. This proposal is not theory. It is ready to be implemented. Parker's Place is not a campground. It is a structured, low-barrier, transitional housing village built on safety, stability, and individualized care. Residents will have secure sleeping units, trained staff on site, cameras, lighting, ADA access, and a clear code of conduct. It is drug and alcohol free, but no one is turned away. People needing detox get connected immediately, and their beds are held, because stability, not punishment, is what moves people forward. Every person who enters Parker Place will have a personalized plan, whether that's family reunification, addiction recovery, mental health support, employment, or medical accommodations. And most importantly, the model has a clear path out. It's designed for 90-day stays with real performance tracking required by the city. This is exactly what Grants Pass has been missing, a safe and accountable, lawful alternative that allows us over time to move away from unmanaged resting sites and towards a system that works for both unhoused residents and the broader community. Elk Island's proposal honors the history of the property through its name, Parker's Place, but it also honors something deeper, the belief that every person deserves a place to feel safe, a place to belong, and a place to rebuild. I want to thank the councilors who previously voted to move forward. Your leadership showed that Grants Pass is ready for action, not more delay. Tonight, I ask all of you to take the next step, awarding the Addressing Homelessness grant to Elk Island so our community can finally move towards safety, structure, dignity, and accountability for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for the technical, I don't think we did that on purpose, but thank you very much. Please be mindful of the timeline because we do have people that want to speak, so we want to make sure everybody gets ample time. Next. Anyone?
Mayor, remember there's someone online that would like to speak.
Correct. We'll take her next, if that's okay. Go ahead.
Hi, Connor Kirkpatrick, Grants Pass. I just wanted to say I'm glad that the city is moving forward with the grant and going to award the grant to Elk Island. I also wanted to say thank you to the city manager for the presentation that he gave to council on Monday. If anyone in this room didn't see that meeting, you should go watch that meeting. The city manager gave a good presentation to council. In short, it was letting them know that they are here to serve the needs of the city, not their own personal, political, or religious agendas. So that was a really good meeting. I personally live a quarter mile from this proposed site, and I am still in favor of it. To answer Victoria's concern, if there was ever an issue that Bernie needed to get down there, I could be right down there in 2 minutes and be his eyes and ears on the site for him. So just to help address that concern. Another concern I wanted to address, there was a question about the square footage and the number of beds and all that. In Portland, their municipal code, they do a 70 square foot room is good for 2 beds. So just wanted to throw that out there. That complies with this. I know we're not in Portland, but just is what another city is doing. So yeah, I think moving forward with this grant application is the right thing to do for the city. As you guys have said, it's the way to get these camps, these unmanaged camps, closed as soon as possible. Any opposition against Elk Island is really just people trying to oppose or promote their own political or religious agenda.
Thank you. And I do have to remind the audience, please give courtesy to the people that's speaking. We don't want any outbursts. Next,
now
we
joining.
are going to entertain somebody that was online that wanted to speak first. So if you give us a second, sir. Do we have them?
Hi, this is Dr. Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can proceed forward. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm Dr. Kelly. I'm an inpatient medical director of 2 facilities and a former medical director of a Southern Oregon jail. I've also worked with Bernie for over a year on projects in Roseburg and stood next to him with city officials, fire chiefs as we got those projects inspected. It's my experience that these facilities and villages that we've created have stabilized medical conditions, provided safe storage of medical supplies and medications that help to prevent unnecessary ER utilization and give people a place of domicile where they can then receive other services. It also helps provide participation in pro-social community experiences, volunteering opportunities in the future, and promotes life skills. In my experience as a jail medical director too, these sites also provide stable transition from jail discharges that sometimes happen in the middle of the night. Can help lower overdose rates after folks are newly opiate naive after a jail stay, and overall improve the conditions of the community in which all of us Oregonians live. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm so proud of how this project has progressed.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. Next.
Jewel Lippman Andrews II. And I will be putting through the SEC and federal funding allotments of a lot more than 1.2 million, and I wish to work with Elk Island, but my only rejection to it is none of the houseless people want to come from all the way uptown to get to the buses that transport them all over the city where they need to go. That is much too far, especially in winter weather, for them to move, and then just like y'all are trying to make them move tonight for 2 days of cleaning that lot over there, it is wet and cold, and some even teenagers live in those tents. That is inhumane, and I will be reporting to the Department of Justice on it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Alex Hyde, Grants Pass. I want to thank the council for voting to disqualify Pathways to Stability and continue the RFP process with Elk Island. It has been a long and painful road since January 7th, with several questionable decisions that have resulted in broken trust and disillusionment, including closing the J Street site without providing a suitable alternative location, canceling the first RFP after Pathways didn't win, and then initially refusing to disqualify Pathways during the second RFP despite improper communication and lying about having secured a property. I have hope, however, that the November 3rd vote was a sign that the majority of the council is, at last, willing to behave honorably in the matter of supporting our unhoused community. I would implore the mayor and council minority to stop spreading misinformation regarding both Pathways and Elk Island in support of the former, which itself has a tenuous relationship with the truth, especially in light of the religious values that many on the council have publicly expressed. Finally, I would encourage the council majority to have the strength of character to stand by their convictions from November 3rd. I am grateful to these 5 council members. I think this is the start of a better, happier future, and I'm excited to see it unfold.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Melissa Hughes, resident of Grants Pass. I'm here tonight to express my sincere gratitude for your decision to move forward with Bernie and Elk Island. We stand on the edge of something this community hasn't felt for a little bit, hope. And I want to offer even more of that tonight, because when people are treated with dignity and humanity, they thrive. I believe that Elk Island, in collaboration with organizations like MENT, will help our unhoused neighbors to thrive, and in turn, strengthen our entire community. Mr. Woodard's dedication to building meaningful partnerships is what gives this project promise. Over the past year, I have had the privilege of volunteering with one of these organizations. And every week, I hear stories of progress that I think need to be recognized. I've seen people begin their sobriety journeys after seeking help at outreach. I've watched individuals receive immediate medical care for their ailments. I've seen local veterans get connected with the VA and finally access the benefits that they have earned. And I've heard the excitement from people preparing to move into homes of their very own. These are just examples of what becomes possible when people know that others believe in them. As Mr. Woodard said, we can anticipate over 160 beds available in 6 months and a possible of up to 90. That's 190. That's 190 opportunities for people to build stable, meaningful foundations for their future and for our future as a community. Thank you once again for your commitment to this work, and good evening.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Christina Underwood, homeowner in Grants Pass, Oregon, and as I've watched Bernie create a very concise plan and come before you guys in I always get nervous when I talk to you guys, with collaboration, not just with the city council, but with people in the community. I think, now I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, I have some numbers for you. 40% of people in the homeless community are employed. I can think of 150 people right now that, if we're looking for people that need a place, I can think of 150 people right now that I would put in the camp. In 2014, the state of Tennessee decided that they were going to initiate drug testing on all people getting food stamps. They tested 39,000 people. 65 of them came back positive. It cost $23,000 to do that for less than 1%. We are talking about people who are adults and autonomous human beings. They're going to be there anyway, and this is giving us an opportunity to have them go somewhere that's not our parks. We don't have to put them in the camps. And it was a very concise plan, and he's willing to collaborate. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up. And I think maybe we should respect Bernie a little bit and call him village now instead of camps. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Roberts, and I live in Grants Pass. First, I want to thank the city councilors for the time and attention you've directed towards evaluating the candidates for the Addressing Homelessness Grant. Second, I'm here tonight to urge the City Council to move forward with awarding the Addressing Homelessness Grant to Elk Island Trading, which, in my view, is the candidate to have best addressed the requirements of the grant and to have provided a detailed, responsive, and comprehensive plan to address the needs of our unhoused neighbors. In addition, they have partnered with a well-respected nonprofit to provide wraparound services such as recovery support and individualized case management. I believe Elk Island Trading is the applicant most likely to provide stability, arrange for the kinds of services needed to help the unhoused, and restore trust in the city's decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Patrick Rooney, Grants Pass. Just a few things here. There's a lot of talk about it being a low barrier to start and maybe a low barrier to finish. That will be a complete disaster. I think we all know that. If you don't have drug testing, you're going to have the kind of mess we have over here, just moving in front of Weimar. There might be a way around that, though, because I didn't hear the city attorney mention Oregon law about low barrier. And there should be a law in there. I did a little bit of search while I was sitting there. I didn't see anything in this Oregon state law that said they cannot have a higher barrier once they get started. So I would recommend a stipulation to the council that you put in a stipulation into this. If you allow Mr. Woodard to go forward, he seems like a really nice guy. I think he means really well. I hope he does well. But there should be a stipulation in there that low barrier becomes high barrier if at all possible within the law of Oregon. And again, I've seen nothing to say that can't be done. That would be a huge thing. Do I have a little bit extra time? I just wanted to say something else as well for the chief of police here and the city attorney, not city attorney, the county. SB 48 really needs to be dealt with to see what we can do to, when people get arrested, and you're trying to arrest these people, you have repeat offenders, they get arrested and there's a revolving door. We need to either repeal SB 48 or change it so there's no more revolving door. And those two things together, we can solve the problems here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And I do want to remind you guys, let's stick on topic here. I know a lot of things actually tie into this, but if we can keep our comments to the topic at hand, it'll go a little bit quicker.
Good evening, I'm Kate Huckert. I live right across the street from the camp on 5th and A, and as you know, I've been tolerating an unmanaged camp right across the street from my house for 7 months that the majority of you voted for. And I'm here to really ask you deeply to look into your hearts and beyond your ideologies and make a decision for Elk Island, because I think it is a really good proposal. And he answered your questions honestly. And there are things that he doesn't have control over because there are certain laws, but he's willing to make adjustments to work with our town. I don't think we can expect him to personally be there 24/7. I think that's unrealistic. I think that having employees and following his plan is ethical. It is medically sound. As a medical provider myself, the fact that he's right next to Mint gives me a great deal of confidence that this program will be the most successful possible. I want to see the most successful possible solution here for as many people as possible. So I'm really asking you to please get this out of our neighborhood, our downtown. My neighborhood is overly stressed. I haven't had enough sleep in a long time because there are people roaming around my house all night long. And there's no management going on, and that's unconscionable. So to delay this any further or create any further obstructions when we have a really good proposal that can evolve with our city, I'm asking you to not do that. Please vote for this proposal. Let's work ahead with this situation. Other groups could do other things. There's going to be more than enough homeless people to help. So let's pull together and do this. Please transcend your previous ideals and vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jay Meredith, resident of the city. Let me just say up front that I would ask you to tonight to approve this and move this forward. Please don't let perfect be the enemy of good. This is not a perfect solution. I don't think there is a perfect solution because this is a very messy problem. You've heard a couple of financial reasons tonight why governments partner with the private sector to do things like this. Because you can save money as compared to what it would cost if this was a city-operated project. But let's also not forget that the sooner we can start moving forward on implementing a solution, the sooner our police department is going to have a big benefit. The sooner the people are going to have a big benefit. Even the hospital, there are a lot of agencies that are going to benefit from putting a solution in place and putting some accountability in place. The police will have the ability to hold people accountable if they're doing the wrong thing in the drug arena. And this proposal is going to help a lot in drug enforcement, I believe. And finally, okay, so I got 30 seconds. So finally, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I got 15 seconds to remember what I was going to say. It was really, really important, but I have all your emails, so if I remember, I'll. Anyways, this is a great proposal. Mint had a grant taken away. This is what I was going to say. Mint had a grant taken away, and they're still back to the table to partner with the city.
Thank you.
They deserve your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Michael? Okay, I'm going to ask you one more time. You have to be courteous to the people that are talking. If not, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you. That means, whoops, quiet. Thanks. Go ahead.
I'm Mike Servant. I'm a Grants Pass resident right over here, across from the camp. I really want to express my sincere thanks to the council members who voted to move this forward. For me, it's exciting that we're finally, after years and years and years of talking about this, we have a solution on our doorsteps that we can move forward to. This application has met every requirement from the city grant process. I understand it wasn't everybody's first choice. That first choice was selected. They did not come up with a property. They had to be disqualified and move on to the next acceptable bid. There is no other acceptable. This is contract law. You who do contract business, you cannot start this process over a third time because you don't get your way. That's not how this works. It's important for the city to come together now, get behind this project, which again is a qualifying application. They have met every requirement. They've been willing to modify what doesn't fit with the city's goals or the city's codes. If we don't get behind this and continue to try to tear this apart, we're going to be mired in this over and over and over again. It has been years. I want the public to also be fully aware the reason we have these camps is because this council voted against legal advice to shut down those camps without another plan in place. Then we promptly had to set this up. If we continue to skirt the law and require things like drug testing that are illegal or try to control where people travel freely in this town, as a free citizen, you are allowed to move about town. You can go to the parks, you can walk on the sidewalks as long as you're not breaking the law. So all these specious arguments about what's going to happen off-site is not Bernie's responsibility. That is the responsibility of law enforcement. And I hope that setting up this camp liberates our law enforcement to be able to more effectively manage the problem element within the homeless community. They are not all problems. There are some that are, and this frees us up to actually deal with those while helping the people who want and need the help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? One final call. Okay, go ahead.
Matt Spurlock, City of Grants Pass. I'm here today to speak in support of this proposal. What Elk Island Trading Group has presented is not just an aspirational idea, but a full site plan and a fully thought out design for a shelter village that meets the requirements this council set. I appreciate that this site won't just be a mass storehouse with a bunch of cots. The design's respectful to the guests, and I appreciate that he called them that. These are spaces where people can actually stabilize, sleep, and feel safe. Tonight, I did have some time to do some research on HB 3115, and it does not have size requirements for rooms. But Elk Island, they have the land, they have the partnership, the infrastructure, and the plan. There's no guesswork here, no missing pieces. I was excited to hear how flexible he wanted to be in working with you.
Is now exiting.
Great. And this matters because after years of lawsuits, policy reversals, confusion, and community frustration, people in Grants Pass deserve a solution that is legally compliant, humane, and operationally sound. Elk Island's proposal checks every box this council required: site control, safety standards, occupancy planning, wraparound services, and an immediately implementable design. So most importantly, this proposal keeps the city on the right side of the law and compassion. And I, for one, as a resident of Grants Pass, want to be, instead of nationally known for our homeless issues and going all the way to the Supreme Court, to maybe be nationally known as being part of the solution. And I think that that solution really starts step one here tonight. We need to award this grant and move forward with this project. We've waited long enough for a functional, lawful, and effective solution. I think this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mike Pelfrey.
Is now joining.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Ken Hudema, long time, 50 years plus here. To me, it's self-evident what's going on here. It's a hold your nose and vote for this thing. We have a blue state, blue city problem, personal responsibility problem. The simple fact is math doesn't lie. It's overwhelmingly a blue state personal responsibility thing. This is not going to solve anything. It's just going to create an anchor and an attractant, and it's not going to solve anything. We've already got the Gospel Rescue Mission and options. They don't want to follow the rules, and most of these clowns are drug addicted. That's the fact. Nobody wants to, so a lot of people don't want to face the facts, but that's what it is, and you're not going to get around it. And so there needs to be some standards and measures for success. I hear all this talk about solutions. What is the solution? What's the solution? You need a bar set. If the bar isn't met, it goes away. Do we want to have this in our county or city forever? No. I've lived here for 50 plus years. We didn't have any of this baloney 15 years ago. What changed? Blue state politics is what's changed. It's the math, and you can just look at the math. Coyne up in Portland did a big story here 2 weeks ago. Portland's homelessness is up over 60% in the last 2 years. The West Coast has poured billions of dollars into this problem and has solved nothing. This is where this is going. It's going to be another rat hole. And unfortunately, you got to hold your nose and vote for the rat hole because of what the courts has done. So I feel sorry for you people, and I think you should vote for it. But I think there needs to be standards and a bar. And this needs to be come back and talked about and looked at, and none of this pie-in-the-sky stuff of feeling good and whatnot. We need facts, not feel good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Larry Hurst, 60-year resident. Firstly, I want to thank everybody, public, Chief Hensman, council, mayor. This is a tough deal. Yeah, really. Simple fact of the matter is, I could stand here and express my opinion, which we're way past that. I have 2 pieces of commercial real estate within a literal rock throwing distance from this. Again, I'm going to stay off of my opinion. Mr. Woodard, I'd love to meet you. I'd love to speak with you. Again, I've got huge questions and concerns with this proposed site for the safety of these people coming and going, especially even hearing now that we've got a fire lane in there. How in the world are we going to house 150 people in there? Presently, we have 1.3 acres between our sites now. This is barely over an acre. again, we're putting fire lanes to turn fire trucks around and Connex houses. Again, this is a safety issue. This isn't my opinion. And this young lady can sit and do what she's doing, which is fine. I have huge safety concerns for the public coming and going. Again, I can get on my opinion. I have concerns about how we're going to monitor this thing, how we're going to oversee this Elk Island, Mr. Woodard and his plan. This isn't just something much like this gentleman that just got up and talked. This is a hold your nose and go for it thing. But this I don't want to say this isn't the answer, but this is a big safety deal, and we have huge concerns about human beings and safety. Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I would like to speak, but Mr. Pelfrey is free to go before me if you'd like.
I will ask, is there anybody online? I think Mike was going to do general comment, right? Okay, is there anybody else online that wants to speak on this topic, Karen? Okay, no, you go right ahead.
So am I able?
Sorry about that. Sammy Nolan, Grants Pass. I've been following this issue closely for more than 4 years. In that time, I have watched people in crisis suffer. I have watched neighborhoods feel overwhelmed, businesses grow disheartened, and ordinary citizens become frustrated. Our whole community has lived in this exhausting rhythm of 1 step forward and 2 steps back. It's no secret that I care deeply about the well-being of both our housed and unhoused neighbors, and tonight, for the first time in a long time, it feels like we might finally have a real way forward. I support Elk Island and its partnership with Mint because together they provide exactly what this city has been missing: structure, competency, and a genuine path out of crisis. Elk Island will bring the site control, development, and daily operations, and Mint will bring wraparound services that actually change lives. Case management, stability planning, and consistent support. And although many of you may not know it, Mint already serves 50+ people a day at their navigation center, providing meals, showers, and real assistance that helps move people forward. This new partnership model is structured, compassionate, and accountable. It aligns with state law, it aligns with the city's current injunction, and it gives Grants Pass a lawful and practical path to financially close the unsafe resting sites that are hurting both the people living in them and the neighbors surrounding them. This proposal checks the boxes. It protects neighborhoods, it supports businesses, and it treats unhoused residents with dignity. We are all tired of stopgap fixes. We are tired of arguments with no solutions, and we are tired of watching suffering when nothing changes. Elk Island and Mint gives us a chance to choose progress, real, stable, meaningful progress. So tonight, I'm sincerely asking you, please move forward and award the Addressing Homelessness Grant to Elk Island. Let this be the moment Grants Pass chooses stability, dignity, and a better future for all citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else?
Hi, Emily Burford, Grants Pass. Try to keep this short and sweet. Don't have a lot to say, but I want to thank everyone here for all of their input into this, and I want to urge further support of the Elk Island proposal. I don't expect there to be a perfect plan, but I believe this is a good plan, and I believe it will improve the situation that we have in our city. Like a previous gentleman said, I don't think we should let perfect be the enemy of good. I think that this is good, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Going once, going, you better run. Just kidding. Go ahead.
My name is Ron Lee, and hey, I'm a dad. You know, I've got a little boy. He wants to go play in the parks. And you can't really do that right now because there's needles and crap everywhere. And that is why I've been so involved. And I will fully support Elk Island if that's the direction that you all want to go. 100%. I think we need to meet the letter of the law, HB 3115, enforce our ordinances, move forward, heal as a community, and really rise up and take back our lives. You know, we can't do that with all of the infighting, all of these people calling names, saying that people are out for agendas like religion or whatever. It's not. People want to help solve the problem and move forward. If that's with Bernie, awesome. But the process is broken, and the process has been broken even again this time. I just want to call your attention to that. But thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see anybody standing, but go ahead.
Good evening. Kate Cortopassi, 60-plus year resident of Grants Pass. I'm very happy to see things are moving forward. It's been a long year since y'all first got here back in January. It's been very long, and it's exciting to see that we're going to move forward with other things that are important to our community. There's a lot more going on here than just the homeless issue. And I'm excited to I'm going to start volunteering with Mint. I'm making the mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving. And it's just exciting to see that you guys are working together and things are moving forward, and their success is our success. And I think the community will rally behind this and help make it happen. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Last call. I appreciate all your participation. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for acting very civil and diplomatic when you were at the podium. I appreciate that very much. At this moment in time, I will bring it back to council for discussion. And I've got a bunch of hands raised. So I had Seth, Rob, and Victoria. Seth, and then Eric.
Yeah, thanks for everyone that spoke. I have a lot of things that I could say right now. I'm going to keep it kind of short. First, I want to thank Bernie for everything he's done. You know, as probably most people know, he wasn't the highest score for me. But ultimately, I think, you know, he came in tonight, he answered questions, you know, and I think he has the right intent and the right heart to do what he's setting out to do. So just want to thank Bernie from that. You know, personally, I really want to move on from this topic for a little bit and, you know, focus on economic development, supporting small business, public safety, so many other issues that I think have kind of gone to the wayside in the last year, 2, 3, I don't know. So I'm just going to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing issuance of notice of intent to award contract and execution of a grant agreement, restrictive covenant, and acceptance of a promissory note and deed of trust between the City of Grants Pass and Oak Island Trading Group for a shelter with services, also with the recommended funding sources, and also potentially with Rob's amendment. Yeah, the 50% land and building, 50% opioid.
Oh, opioid, yeah.
Yep, and then I wanted to throw in your recommendation regarding the, yeah, so anyways.
I have some amendments as well that I'd like to add to that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to proceed with a bunch of language. Hopefully we've got all that, and we will revisit that. We have a second by Rob. And Victoria says that she has something she would ask for a friendly amendment to that?
Yeah, a friendly amendment. I'm worried about the 2 land parcels, and I'm also worried that the contractor is not going to be there. I think we need to have Mint on this contract, so they need to be added to the contract because the contractor isn't always going to be here, and it would be unwise to give a contract of this sort without a responsible party that is going to be in the City of Grants Pass all the time. So the formal agreements with the land need to be added. That would be first friendly amendment, and then to add Mint to the contract because they are the people who are actually the ones who are providing the services. The contractor isn't necessarily doing that.
Okay, I got a clarification. So your first amendment is for, say that one more time, please?
My first amendment is we must look into the land agreements and make sure that those are shored up. There's 2 pieces of property here, and I just don't, Stephanie did mention a little bit about the agreement, but I think
that already is required in the grant agreement.
Oh.
They have to have that reciprocal access agreement as well as any necessary easements.
Oh, okay, so if that's already there, then the second agreement is MIT needs to be on this contract, because they actually are the contract. They have been all along, and it's not wise to pretend that it's not so.
May I respond to that, Mayor?
Yeah, so just to clarify, your first friendly amendment, you feel that is already taken care of?
Yes,
Your second
Stephanie
friendly
said yes.
amendment is that you would like, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, you would like Mint to be a co-signer?
Yeah, MIT
Okay.
needs to be a co-signer
Stephanie?
on this
Okay.
grant.
Stephanie?
All right, the first thing I would mention is that the reason for that was stated as making sure that there was somebody at the site at all times. That's already in the contract that they have to ensure staffing at all times by Elk Island. That would not necessarily be from Mint. And as far as having Mint signing on to this, my concern, as I've stated before, is that potentially brings additional liabilities to the city, because then we're signing on with a service provider as opposed to a shelter provider. If we start getting involved in the services themselves,
Mint is,
then
they are the contract. They've been the contract. So, I mean.
The grantee is Elk Island.
Okay, so the way I understand the grant is that the grant is actually facilitating money for the construction and the facilitation of the site,
Correct.
shelter
It's
site.
the infrastructure.
But it is completely excluding operations and continuing funding, correct?
Correct.
So I'm not trying to beat you up, but it sounds like if you did that, then that would put the city into more liability of being us being the controlling of the facilitator, and then that would.
I don't agree with this assessment, but I'll withdraw the amendment because it's going to pass anyway.
Okay, so did you withdraw both your friendly amendments? Okay, I apologize. Seth? You have a motion on the floor at this moment in time to proceed this forward with the amendment of, can you restate those 2 amendments?
It was to have a split of the 2 recommended funding sources, and then also include, from a community outreach perspective, having a council member and someone from the police department part of that process.
And I have language on the screen that would reflect that. It would be an amendment to 6H, where instead of grantees shall work with such neighbors, it would be grantees shall establish a community panel that meets at least monthly and includes representatives from Grants Pass Police, City Council, Elk Island, and the neighborhood. And then it would go on to say the panel shall address community concerns and develop a written plan that must be established with the remaining language. Does that satisfy what you were looking for, Counselor? Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to proceed forward with the amendments as discussed, as well as determining the funding to come from the 2 sources.
Correct.
With a second from Rob. Any further discussion? I actually had Rob and Eric. Did you want to continue with discussion? Rob says no. Eric, go ahead.
I had a email that was given to mayor and council. I wanted to read that. I'll just say it's from Rochelle. I won't leave the last, I'll leave the last name open. I have family on the streets right now. My brother and my cousin. One of them used to teach children self-defense in this community. Many people would recognize him, and that's why I'm not going to use his name. This is deeply personal for me and for my families in Grants Pass. Tonight's funding decision is incredibly important because the future of all homelessness solutions in our city depends on it. If the next shelter fails, even partially, our community will become even more resistant to any future ideas. We have already seen this happen once when another shelter shut down due to funding issues, and many residents concluded that nothing works. Because of this, I'm urging the council to reconsider awarding the funding to Elk Island at this time. Major concerns with Elk Island: no on-site medical care or detox support without medical stabilization and detox monitoring. The shelter will not be prepared to safely support people in active addiction. This is a serious risk for both residents and staff. 2, no on-site treatment navigator or immediate pathway to detox or rehab. When someone is ready to get clean, they need help that day. Elk Island does not currently offer this. 3, policies that may exclude many homeless individuals. For example, strict rules about belongings. The majority of people in local camps keep survival supplies, and without alternatives, many will avoid entering the shelter. 4, lack of clear structure plans for mental health stabilization, long-term housing, accountability and behavior expectations, job pathways, reconnection with family and community, supporting those in cognitive decline due to addiction. 5, community risk. If Elk Island cannot meet needs, the shelter may fail, and second failure will cause the public to shut down future solutions entirely. Then she goes on to say, why Pathways to Stability is the better fit. Pathways proposed on-site medical support, detox and stabilization services, treatment, navigation, mental health support, clear accountability and structured expectations, pathways from shelter, stability, permanent housing, experience providing these services. Pathways is designed not just to house people, but to move them forward safely and responsibly. My request, she says, I am asking the council to pause or reconsider awarding the funding to Elk Island, reevaluate Pathways to Stability, which offers the medical care, structure, and recovery pathways the community desperately needs, ensure that the next shelter is set up to succeed and not fail in predictable ways. Our city cannot afford another failed program. Compassion and accountability must go together. Choosing the right organization is the first step.
Further discussion? I have Rob and Indra. Rob?
Just very briefly, I forgot, I want to thank Bernie Woodward for daring to step into the fire here in Grants Pass. It's been, at best, a 7-year quagmire, and at worst, it's just been a nuclear situation, and it's just amazing that you would even give this a shot. So I'm hoping that at this point, what I've thought for the 5 years that I've been trying to push for something like this is once a facility has been established, it's going to give a place where people can focus who want to help. I believe that there's dozens, if not hundreds, and maybe thousands of people in Grants Pass that would like to be part of a solution, whether it's 2 days a month for some of them, whether it's a little bit of finance for another, or in some other capacity. But I think that once we've established a place that people can revolve around, they can then actually be part of a solution. I think there's, again, dozens or hundreds or maybe thousands of people in Grants Pass that would like to do this. And Bernie, it seems as though you may be anchoring that, what Mint started, and you may be anchoring that and making it possible for that to happen. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I had Indra on, and then Eric, and then Kathleen.
Thank you. We've been under this cloud for a long time, and I know it's been overwhelming. And when I see problems that are overwhelming, you just have to take a bite at a time to get through it. And 2 weeks ago, we took a bite and chose Elk Island. And now we're going to take another bite, and I feel so hopeful I just want to move forward one little step at a time. It may not be perfect, but we're covering our legal bases, we're helping people, and we're just taking that step forward. We do have amazing people, like everyone in this room who stayed all these hours, really care about our community and moving forward in this way. So I know some people are disappointed. I know that their team didn't get chosen, but I am really hopeful that even the people disappointed will come together and help in this effort, because that's what we need. And we, as a community, will not let this fail. We will not let it fail. And we will go forward, and we can be proud of what we're doing. Thank you.
Further discussion, I have Eric and then Kathleen.
Is now
Eric?
exiting.
So obviously, we need some kind of a camp, and because this right here, what's happening with across the street with these temporary resting sites is not going to work. We need something. The problem with Elk Island is that they don't have any kind of mandatory treatment, and that's obviously due to the Oregon laws. So at the very least, I don't understand why they can't have some kind of incentive program. And I know we mentioned the thrift store and all that, but it needs to be more than that. Because a lot of these people, they're gonna go and they're gonna volunteer.
Is now joining.
They're gonna volunteer, very professional there. But they're gonna volunteer to go do their treatment. So it's not gonna be mandatory.
Is now exiting.
You're going to have to continue because we do have that technical
I'm continuing.
problem. So just ignore it and go forward, please.
The treatment is not mandatory, obviously, and because of that, they can just go get the treatment done and then come back and get right back into the drugs. So it's a continual cycle of drug abuse unfortunately for these drug addicted individuals. And something needs to happen with that. And that being said, it needs to change. If these individuals go down to Elk Island, how long are these shelters going to last? They're gonna end up being trashed in a matter of months. And the taxpayers, they deserve better than that. The taxpayers here in Grants Pass paying $1.2 million for this camp deserve better than that. And so I hope it works. I hope it works. But as of right now, it's not a feasible model. Oregon laws have made it impossible to be able to do anything. So it's not a real big solution here. That's why I'm going to end up having to vote no for this.
Further conversation or further discussion, I have Kathleen and then Victoria. Kathleen and then Rick. Kathleen?
The reason why I was so interested in the litigation question earlier is because I got an email today that said from a previous employee that Mr. Woodard has taken thousands of dollars from family and friends of mine, leaving them in very serious situations. Also see previous reports for this history, and there's 4 websites listed. Be advised and be aware of a possible scam with this offer. And if you choose to do business with Mr. Woodard, be at the very least extremely careful. I don't want to just hold my nose and say yes, so I will be voting no tonight.
I have further discussion. I have Victoria and then Rick. Victoria? And then Rob and then Indra? Victoria?
Yeah, I find it absurdly hilarious when people say that there have been delays. The delays have happened because there have been people who have been working actively against the highest scoring applicant for months. And this isn't about an ideology. This is not about Christianity. This is not about my team. This is not about me not wanting to close down the A Street camps. This is about me being a responsible council person and making sure that our city gets the absolute best program. That is not this program. So we had not to speak of another applicant, but it's just unavoidable. So I just needed to say that my vote of no has nothing to do about an ideology. In fact, the opposite is true. I wrote down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times when ideology and disparaging of, and I don't know why, actually I do know why, but disparaging of the ideology of the highest scoring applicant was brought forward. The bias is not from the highest scoring applicant, it is from the people who have tried to destroy the highest scoring applicant. So this system is broken again, so I also will not hold my nose and vote for a program that I know will fail. We didn't have to do this. We didn't have to go this way, but there were some community members and also some people on the dais who worked very hard to make sure that this current applicant got the application. So the exact opposite of what the comments that are being made about my team, this team, are true. And I just, that needs to be said to the public, because our public, I know you're out there, I know most of you are out there watching this, or you will watch this later. I know that you know what I'm saying is true, and it's a very small vocal group of people who have accused others of ill will when the exact opposite was true. So I will not be voting for this applicant, because this is not going to be and it didn't have to be this way. So it's not, the delay is because of bias, and it's really too bad, because we had an opportunity to have real progress where there could be people who were helped, that they were going to have, they were guaranteed to be helped, and I just don't see that with this, so I will be voting no.
Okay, as the mayor, and this is my chambers, I am not trying to stifle any one of your guys' platforms at this moment in time, but I do feel that we are skirting into an area of conversation and pontification that is not progressing us forward in a business manner to get business done. So I'm not stifling any of your speech, but I would implore you to go forward with discussion that is substance to this topic, with the respect that the clock says a certain time at this moment in time. So I apologize if you take any offense to my current comments, but I do have further discussion with Rick, Rob, and Indra, so go ahead, Rick.
I'll be straight and to the point. I'm in favor of Elk Island. I appreciate the fact that they've already are working on a partnership, and that's a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Further discussion, I have Rob and Indra. Rob?
Yeah, real quick. Council did get an email today that mentioned some of the things that Kathleen was talking about. And actually...
Please shut her up.
Is now joining.
Can you just cancel that?
Please shut her up.
Is now exiting.
I do apologize for the technical delay, or the technical snafu. Let's bring this back to order, please. And Rob, you still have the floor. Please continue.
So very, very quickly, we did get an email today that mentioned some of the things Kathleen was talking about. And when I looked at the sender of that email, the email address was spelled with a K, can't ever get it right, at gmail.com. So I'm like, you know, who knows where that email was from and who knows where those sites were from, but can't ever get it right. I didn't really take it as very serious, quite frankly.
Thank you. I have Indra left. Indra, you done? Okay, I'm going to offer the floor one last time to any counselor that wants to further discussion. If I don't see anybody else, then I will go into a vote. But I did see a finger from the finger wagger over here. Mr. Joel, would you please proceed?
The caffeine's wearing off. I'm supposed to say something. The process, from my perspective, and I don't need to make light of it, it's a legal process, and we're legal. And Elk Island, with the contract and with the responses, it's going to have it's just as good a job as anybody else. The other thing is, nobody's going away. All the nonprofits are still going to be here. And I was just looking at the number of people that can go through drug treatment just from 2 organizations in this community. It's 384, and that doesn't per year, and that doesn't include ADAPT or options. So I'm not sure what we're fighting about, because nobody's going away. They're all going to be here. In fact, and we're going to add some services, so I'll be voting for it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor with amendments to go forward. I'm not going to reiterate them because obviously we all know what they are. There's a second. If there is no further discussion, I will call for a vote. Victoria?
No.
Joel?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
No.
Okay, we have 5 yeses and 3 noes, so the resolution passes with amendments. I have to reiterate, Stephanie, are you completely clear with the motion going forward? Thank you very much. With that, we are going to now go into public comment. Before we do, I do want to address one thing. There was an online member that did say that I oversaw or I did not recognize that he wanted to comment during the last action item. I do apologize. I think we did try to get to that person, but they did not respond, so I just want to publicly acknowledge that we did try. And we are not the most experts on the technology here, as you could kind of hear tonight, so I apologize. We were not trying to stifle anybody's voice. At this moment in time, we're going to go into public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the City Council on items not related to public hearings. So let's reiterate that. We're going to open general public comment to stuff that we haven't already talked about today. Action items for the council. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the City Council as one body, not to individuals. At the conclusion of public comment, Council will have the opportunity to respond. This meeting will proceed in an effective, courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free of slander. And if you guys are exiting the building, I would ask that you be a little bit quieter so we can continue. Signs and placards and outbursts of applause and campaigning for public office and other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If you have any questions regarding to any government provided services or current city policies, please contact the city manager's office and attempt to resolve that matter. I have a list of cards here, and some of them may not be here, but we're just going to go from the top here. And I always apologize if I butcher your name. It's no offense.
Never mind on my blue card. Please throw away my blue card.
Okay. Jewel Edmund Anderson. Okay. Joe Wilder. Okay. Connor, do you want to speak anymore? Thank you. Fitch. Come on up. You state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Before I start, I want to see the packets in your hands, please. It was delivered? No, there's 2-page packet I want to see in your hands, please.
This is for public comment, not
that's the one.
participation from council, so go ahead.
You guys got it in your hands? You especially.
Again, this is not participation from council. This is public comment, so go
I
ahead.
gave a packet, and I want you guys to be looking at it.
This is not participation with the council. This is public comment. If you don't
All right,
want to
I'll just be
publicly comment, then you can
disrespectful
leave.
My name is Mr. Fitch, returned resident. This is the second time I've been put on a hit list by one of you guys. The first one was because I spoke out about some religious lunatic that took all of you guys to a federal courthouse. Did you listen to me? No. But to be put on a list the second time, buddy, you better fucking take that shit back.
Excuse me, you need to refrain from cursing.
Excuse me, that's a public comment, and it is protected under...
If you can't act with decorum
Well,
in public
then put
comment,
that damn packet in their fucking hands so they can see what I'm talking about.
Excuse me, Chief, can you escort him out of the
Chief, will
building?
escort me out?
Thank you. We need decorum.
You're gonna
and
put a
we have
hit
to have
list on
respect.
somebody, buddy. You better make sure it's solid, because I ain't gonna put up
Thank you,
with that
Mr.
shit.
Fitch. You can leave now.
I'll wait for him to escort me.
That will be great. Thank you very much for your participation tonight. All right, Vanessa Auger, are you still here? Yep, sorry, I didn't see you back there. Come on up. I apologize for the outburst. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vanessa Auger, resident of Grants Pass. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I wanted to share a message with the 1 year ago elected members of Council, those that promised a new vision for the city. To the incumbents and the appointed councilors, this message does not apply to you. Almost 1 year later, for almost double the price and with another injunction placed against the city, you've done tonight exactly the same thing that the Council of 2024 completed in December of last year. The 2024 grant agreement from the previous council had virtually the same achievement outcomes as tonight's grant. It was ripped up in an emergency meeting, resulting in an injunction against the city and setting progress back a year. It is too bad that this group needed a judge to tell them what was common sense. Had these 1 year ago elected councilors stayed on track with the progress made before them, the community would have had a shelter, again for half the price, that would have had operations commended in June of this year. Because of the short-sightedness of the newbies, that date will now be June of 2026. To be clear, due to their actions, the unmanaged homeless camps in downtown will be in place for an extra year unnecessarily. In the future, I would encourage that your decision-making would come from a place of research, reasonability, and known best practices. This year has been an example of what happens when short-sighted, emotionally based decision-making happens. It hurts the community that you've stepped up to represent, sets back progress, and costs the community more. For the incumbent and appointed councilors, as well as city staff, thank you for your service to the city and everything that you do for our community. To the irrational members of council that voted no to revoke the grant in January, and who also voted no tonight, congratulations on reinventing the wheel at almost double the cost.
Thank you. Next, I have Rika Brown. Are Rika still here? Nope, thank you. Karen? I have a card for Mr. Pelfrey. Is he online? Okay, thank you. I don't see Bob in the audience. I think he's already left. Michael, would you like to speak again, sir? Come on up.
Mike Servant, city resident. There was a lot of talk just a few minutes ago about bias against the lead applicant, and that really confuses me. The way I watched this process unfold was they were the highest scoring applicant. They were given 2 weeks to secure a property, and they did not secure a property. All of the community discussion about what the word negotiation means with the county or what constitutes miscommunication, that's all irrelevant. They don't have a property. They had been looking for a property since February. They have failed to secure 2 separate properties now. How much longer are we supposed to wait with these camps in town while they keep looking? They weren't disqualified because of bias. They disqualified themselves. They did not secure a property. If you guys want to continue to push this down the road and redo this grant, I know we just voted to do it, but I'm still afraid there's going to be some subterfuge here. If you think that we can continue waiting for them to find a property that's acceptable, I suggest you put these camps in front of your house and see how long that you will be willing to wait. Pathways not getting this grant does not preclude them from being part of the solution. They can still partner with Elk Island. They can open another, if they actually ever end up finding a property, they could build another camp on that. Everyone knows there is more need in this town than 150 beds is going to supply. They can be part of the solution. I don't understand why you have to continue to tear this other proposal down, practically root for its failure, predict that all these horrible things are going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. This is a huge risk. It would be a risk with any group that we got selected because none of them have relevant experience. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to have hiccups. I really encourage you not to take those as opportunities to tear it apart, but to support it and so we can have a solution that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Kate, do you want to speak again? Okay, thank you. Patrick, you're the last one up, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Security, I just want to say a word about security here. This guy that just left here is a complete nutbag. He's dangerous. I know he's threatened people before to kill them. What is he doing walking the streets? I know that you escorted him out. Thank you, Chief. Why not stick him somewhere, maybe in one of these camps, in his own cell somewhere? You know, I don't understand that. I had to, this guy was pointing at someone and making threats the other day at a county meeting. I had to help escort a woman out to her car because this guy's running around ranting out. I don't know if he's out there now. I don't understand why we're putting up with certain things. I just do not get it. Sorry, I don't mean to end on a sour note, but, you know, I think we got to do something security-wise. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all you do. Since I'm the last one, I can do a little wind up here. But no, I thank you guys for all you do. I think everybody here is trying to get solutions and trying to help the city, and I appreciate all you guys. Don't agree with you guys on some things, but we can still be friends, right? So anyway, I wish them well too with the new, anything that I can do to help with whatever's going to happen here. I think we all want to help out and make it work, even if we weren't for it to begin with. So thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the general public comment portion of our evening, and we're going on to the consent agenda. I do not see anything that's starred item on the consent agenda, so if we could put that up, I would be looking to council for discussion and or action. Indra.
I move to pass the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion to pass the consent agenda as shown on the screen with a second from Rick. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll go into a vote. Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes. Next on the agenda item is matter for mayors, council, and staff. Bring it back to council. Anybody have any comments that they want to address at this moment in time, being cognizant of the time on the clock and knowing that you guys have to go into executive session? Rob and then Indra.
Okay, I don't want to discuss this tonight, but it seems as though, and I want to discuss it in the very, very near future, I don't know what in the world's going on with the Christmas parade, but it seems as though there's problems, misunderstandings at a minimum. I'd like council to understand that. I'd like council to be a part of that solution if in fact there is some confusion. So how that can happen quickly, I'm not sure, but the emails that we've got just to me indicate we've got a lot of confusion and possible major problems. So I'd like council to be involved quickly.
Thank you, Rob, for your comments, and I believe there's going to be people that are going to answer your questions. Chief, did you want to weigh in on this?
Well, we have Chief and I have discussed this and looked at a number of the correspondence and have talked with the state, et cetera. We have an additional memo we can provide you that provides you all the details with regards to the Christmas parade and the timelines and stuff, and we can get that out tomorrow morning to you. And then if you have any further questions, you could definitely feel free to ask the chief or myself. We'd be more than willing to sit down and talk to you about that offline if you'd like. I don't think at this point there's a need for the council or to have a workshop on it or anything, but we definitely could schedule one if you'd like, and I think Rick wants to have something to say.
Yeah, and then Rick has, I know he's been deeply involved in this, so you wanted to weigh in, Rick?
I've been interfacing with the Christmas committee and staff and trying to get answers to a lot of these things because we do need to have a solution. So yes, it'll be interesting to see the memo. Thank you.
So I believe we'll go with a memo first, and if there's anything that council wants to proceed with after that, then we can address that.
Sure, certainly.
Okay, is that okay, Rob? Thank you. Indra?
Yes, I just want to briefly touch on something Ms. Auger said, that scolding the new council coming in, that we are reinventing the wheel. I can see why some might think that, but we are actually not reinventing the wheel because Mint was scrambling when that went through. They've had a year to get experience and things under their belt, so they're going to be that much better. And Bernie with Elk Island was nowhere to be seen. So I feel like, yes, it's taken longer, but I feel like we're stronger now going forward. And that's all I would like to address with that. Thank you.
I had, Rick, did you want to add more? Did you have anything else to talk about? Okay, then Kathleen?
Yeah, I just had a quick question about the highlighted items on the agenda. It says added or changed. So I'm not quite sure sometimes if things are being added or if they're being changed.
Karen, you want to explain that?
Sure. So like after council workshops, when you've identified things that you'd like to put on the future agenda, I put those on there and then highlight them. Or if sometimes we have, like a lot of times appointments for committees get moved because we don't get enough applicants. And so then that I tell you where we're moving them to and where we've moved them from.
Okay, maybe I'll just talk to you afterwards.
Okay, any other counselor have anything for mayor council comments? No. Staff, anything from staff? They're just like, shut up, let's go. Okay, with that, we have an executive session scheduled, so the council will now meet in executive session for the purposes of discussing those subjects previously noticed for this executive session. This executive session is held pursuant to ORS 192.660 and more specifically under the subsections of that statute which have been publicly noticed for this meeting. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend executive session. All other members of the audience will be asked to leave the room now, and thank you very much for your participation.